events for last session?
Yeah. So we started in Needle after our kind of altercation with the what you call them, the cobalt trout.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, we decided to sail across to Ravenbrook. So we basically got a group together of old cobalt trout members after our kind of event in the warehouse, and then we set sea. Just before we did, Sparkles came and kind of departed the group on his own journey. And then and then we set sail, and kind of on the way, Wolfsbane came across Scruff, and we all had jobs between us to kind of keep the boat going. And on our way to Ravenbrook, we came across, I've forgotten what they're actually called, but they're like sea creatures.
Sahagin, yeah.
So we came across them, and after them chucking us off the boat quite a few times, we dealt with them, sorted them out.
Speak for yourself.
yeah. After Scruff dealt with all of them, basically.
And then after them, kind of had a bit more of a watch between a couple of the guys and got to know each other a bit more. And then kind of the day 2, we got attacked by like squid, was it, or kraken?
Giant octopuses.
Giant octopus. And again, apart from them dragging Wolfsbane nearly to her death, we dealt with them. And then I think we're just kind of just after that now, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
We just finished.
Yeah. So
actually,
you guys are
Wolfsbane back.
Yeah, you guys have spent the last 2 days on a voyage at sea. That's where we'll pick up. I think we roughly we'll wake up the next morning after the events of the previous night, where people were being dragged into the depths of I believe, the blue ocean by the octopods. And I think just before that all kicked off, you guys were kind of looking at maybe revealing to the crew, your true intentions, your true allegiance.
Secret identity.
Yeah. And trying to recruit what little crew there are left on the ship. I'll say what are left. There's still like 25 people there.
A lot of them just get killed by random shit, which like, sorry guys.
So, are we a few days... We're still 3 days away though, aren't we, from Ravenbrook?
Exactly, yep.
Yeah. So if it's the morning, are we kind of doing all of our tasks though? We're all just on the ship? Are we up?
Yep, if everyone wants to... I've just realised I didn't update the fucking time. If anyone has anything they want to do whilst on the ship, now would be the time to bring that forward. Obviously, there's not a whole lot you can do, but it's a good time to like practice your, crafting or working on kits and stuff like that.
Yeah, so maybe to de-stress, Uncle will just do a bit more wood carving.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just working on that thing for the for Princess. He just kind of wants to get it done before the Ravenbrook.
Finished a long rest after that last combat, wouldn't we?
Yes, yeah. I think by the time you guys were, done and dusted, Horns obviously had left a little bit earlier to get a meal on the go. So you came down from a fight straight into a home-cooked meal from Horns, which was nice.
Happy days.
But yeah, if everyone would like to give themselves, restore half their hit die, return themselves to full HP, and recover any expended spells.
So you restore half a hit die?
Half your expended hit die.
Oh. Right, I was gonna say.
My bad. But yes. If you would like to make a sleight of hand check with intelligence, Uncle, see how you progress today in terms of your set.
Oh, I did my... Oh, sorry.
Oh, you've done it. You've done it.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah,
lovely. So yeah, 20. So what piece are you working on at the minute, and what is the outcome?
So I did... so I've already done Wolfsbane, I've done Princess pieces, but now for the Knight pieces, Uncle's going to do himself, he's going to do himself on a hound.
Okay.
And
I thought he was going to say
that's the
Buttercup.
Yeah. Oh, Buttercup actually. Yeah, no, sorry, that's even better. But yeah, him and Buttercup. Just very basic looking. I think that the horse is still the main piece, but then like a little bit.
I never
And he
actually. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Carry on.
Fine. No, work away.
I was just going to say, like, we never actually clarified that, but they kidnapped Buttercup, didn't they? And then she was in the room with everyone else. Did you guys bring her on this voyage? Is she like somewhere stowed below deck?
Yeah, they would have livestock like area, would they?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we would have brought Buttercup if we could. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, she would be.
I thought we were using her to like move the crates and stuff as well. And
yeah,
I'm busy. She's a vital member of the team.
Yeah, longest serving member soon.
Yeah.
Okay. What are you doing now? You're working on your kit, I assume.
Yeah, right now I'm fiddling with the poisonous kit. Do I need to make a roll or anything, or just add kind of 8 hours to training?
You can just add 8 hours. What about you, Scruff?
After my lion, I'd have probably just played cards with the crew.
Oh god, that's a big horse. Sorry.
And then, yeah, just kind of keep morale up and have a good laugh.
Okay, make a general charisma check, as I think the way that you position it was less so like trying to beat people at cards and more just sort of getting involved with the crew sort of vibe.
Cool.
Okay, well, is that a 16 or a 12? Because you rolled with advantage there, but I'm not having...
12, because it's with advantage.
Yeah, and
Disadvantage.
you know, that is, as you're doing a decent job considering 5 people got drowned over the last couple of days by a variety of sea creatures. This has been quite a deadly voyage for a lot of people's first time on on a boat, and the seas are deadly in the waters that around Welterglen. It's why there isn't typical trade there like there is in other parts of the country, or the continent I should say, but you are now approaching Ravenbrook, which is a lot more open waters, a lot less deadly, so you're not expecting as much danger in these seas, which is good. What about you, Wolfsbane? What are you up to?
I'll be at my shrine praying for obviously the people that were lost in the latest battles, and kind of for myself as well, trying to build up my confidence again.
God protect me from fucking tentacles. Yeah. Okay, make a... well, I guess you don't really need to make a check for that. That's just something that you would naturally do. And you would know very often is the case with deities in this world, that even though they do have a direct sort of link with their followers, it's quite a distant relationship for most people, and it's still very much the case with you, even though you feel a lot more in tune with the beliefs and sort of, mission that Luvania has. It's just a bond you're beginning to increase in strength, if that makes sense. Like, you're just getting past the point where you'd just be another worshipper.
Okay. So yeah, I've started off kind of at the point, I'm nothing special to that god currently.
Well, I wouldn't say nothing special, because you're definitely you're like a step above the layman, because you are a cleric, of course, which is like you're in that priest realm. But it's, as I say, like the gods don't typically have like a super direct contact with people in that league, if that makes sense. Obviously they are omnipotent, but omnipotent in the sense of their domains, in a sense, but they're not like a Christian god where they can be like everywhere at once. They are everything. They are Omega Alpha, that sort of thing. They're more, Skyrim, Oblivion, Elder Scrolls deities, where it's a bit more bespoke, I guess.
Okay. Lovely.
Out of
If you want a friend, you should... Sorry, I was going to say, if you want a friend, you should become a warlock.
Yeah.
They're a bit more involved.
Where, out of interest, does anyone else follow any deities other than Scruff and Wolfsbane, who we know are followers of Iluvania?
Scruff following that god as well.
Yeah, kind of.
Asterisk. Yes.
It's complicated.
No, I'm not.
What about Uncle Ray?
Sorry, it's kind of breaking up a bit for me, but Uncle would be he's a bit religious. If there's any god of the sea, he would kind of pray to him when he gets on and off a boat. And big voyages, it's more of a thing out of habit than anything else.
Yeah. Kind of just emotion to go through. Yeah. Like and
he was taught. Yeah.
And that is like as in the real world as it is in there. Like sailors are incredibly superstitious. A lot of their tattoos often denote either luck or some sort of blessing at sea. There is a god of the ocean. His name is Leviagus, and he's known as quite a temperamental deity in the sense that even though he's very gracious and bountiful and all life does come from the ocean, at the same time he's very fickle in terms of his temperament, which can lead to storms and sinking ships of those who displease him, and haven't done the correct due process of prayer when on a ship.
Could you spell that for me, please?
Yeah, so that's I'll type it in the chat.
Yeah, thanks.
Cool. And the next few days are quite quiet, if I'm being honest. There's not. If everyone would like to take 3 rations out of their thing, just for the time being, and so we don't have to worry about it later. It is a relatively quiet sea. There, in the days where you were still in Welterglen, it was quite a little bit rough, a little bit turbulent. The ocean was thick with waves, and the sky overhead was overcast. But now that you've kind of left that sort of area of influence, it has been quite a calm and peaceful journey. It is at this point that Poet would once more approach you, both the lieutenant and the commander, and say, "So, are we going to reveal ourselves to this crew?"
I think it's time. Yeah, what do you think, Nettles? Do you think now is a good time? They've seen that we can handle ourselves anyway, and
Aye.
I think it's better to do it now before we're too close to shore, just so we can get our story straight with everyone.
Absolutely. I'll get the men on the deck if you'd like, and we can make some sort of announcement.
Yep. Thanks, Poet.
And he goes off after giving you like a small curt half salute. As 20 minutes go by, we do eventually find the men assembled on the deck, waiting for some sort of announcement, which they would assume to come from Puddles, and he's standing there just kind of pacifying them, waiting for you to initiate.
Yeah. So I'll move up just above the deck, so I might be on top here, and everyone else kind of looking down in the main area.
Yeah.
And something we need to talk about, everybody. You know Puddles as captain, but he has only been acting captain for us. We are, some of you might know us as the company of the Bronze Line.
Yeah, as you say that, there is a few people on the boat that would sort of look to each other. Like, you are, even though you're not a huge company nowadays, you do have quite a reputation. Like, you've been around for a long time, so it's just a name that most people have come across at once point in their life. If there was like their great granddad had once, had exactly. Very noticeable to you, and you're almost looking out for this, Uncle. You do see at the back of this crowd, Meatloaf kind of face glaze over as he kind of looks off into the distance past you.
Don't trust that guy at all. So then I just say to him, we had a rough couple of days at sea. We lost some good men, but that's the way things go on the sea. As you can see, we were able to handle ourselves. We were able to come out of it. So as you know, this is a rough journey. But if any of you would like to join and fight with us, with the bad, there's always good, and riches and rewards to make as well.
Okay. Obviously, you're being the lieutenant. You're up there as well, Nettle. If you would like to add your 2 cents to this speech, you could obviously make a persuasion with advantage. If you don't, it would just be a regular roll.
Wasn't expecting to have to say any words.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a bit of a man of few words. He kind of just I'll just reiterate the point. As you'll see, we can handle ourselves when there's trouble around. So
He points to the pile of octopuses that have been put into barrels for food on the voyage.
Pickling.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, yeah, if you guys would like to make or I guess, Uncle, if you'd like to make a charisma with advantage, please. Or persuasion.
Yep. I do have commanding presence, which I might use as well, if needed. What do you want? I'll use one of them as well. Why not? So
Cool.
I'll roll a d8 on top of it.
Phew. Yeah, so easily enough, like you give this short speech, and before you're even done, you can see like a lot of energy start rippling through the crowd before you. A lot of them kind of shaking, nodding their heads, grinning. A lot of people kind of puffing out their chests in a sort of prideful fashion when they think of the last few victories in these last couple of days. Obviously, they had nothing to do with it, but now that they've been offering a place in the team, they kind of feel a little bit more connected to everyone here. And the vast majority of people here are like in open agreement with the idea of joining the company. You do notice Meatloaf is quite quiet, but even him, like he kind of, you can see him nodding a little bit, but you're not too 100% sure if it's just so he's not sticking out like a sore thumb, or if he's actually believing what the rest of the crew are.
And I would just say, like, Uncle would have polished up. He's like pauldron, so it's like real shiny. It's
Yeah.
So I'll just say to it, I'll take out my silver sword.
Yeah.
And I just say put up my sword and say, who's with us?
And as you do, you hear a resounding cry from the deck as all the men stationed here do put up the sword. You see a few people, if they don't have weapons, put up miscellaneous tools like rolling pins and brooms as they were swapping the deck before. But yeah, everyone seems in agreement that they want to join the company.
Nice.
As you are about to like step down off your like temporary podium that you've sort of made to see over the balcony, you can hear a few questions come from the crowd, such as, "Where do we go once we get to Ravenbrook?"
Good question. The company Bronze Line takes up contracts, so we fight where we're needed, whether that's slaying monsters or just acting as mercenaries. But we go where the gold is, and we have ancestral home which we want to have a look at. We are quite low numbers now at the moment, but I think we're quickly gaining. Again, so we're looking for our home, someplace we could settle down and base ourselves.
And where is this home?
It was a former home. It was Ravenbrook. We've had many former strongholds in the past, and this is just one close by which we want to see.
Yeah, and as you do, there is like a little bit of conversation within the crowd. A murmur kind of spreads across. And just to clarify, so everyone is aware, Red Eye Rook is, even though that is the place where the company was founded, currently no one knows where that is. The places that Funk was going towards when he kind of suggested it, there was two. There was one in Nomadia, which is on the westernmost coast of Anfang, and it was a large kingdom that collapsed in on itself a couple ages back, and the other one is in Dietrich, which is a kingdom on the other side of Ravenbrook, actually.
Yeah, sorry, I have that in my notes as well, yeah.
Cool.
So it's on the other side of Ravenbrook? Sorry.
Yes, so in terms of, obviously if you commission a map, I can show you, but I don't want to just give you guys maps when,
Yeah.
But yes, you are quite close. It's literally a mountain range away from Ravenbrook on the other side.
Nice.
Cool. And as you do, you kind of see Puddle step forward, trying to, attempt to at least keep some form of seniority within the crew. And he starts barking orders, telling people to get back to work after your speech. It's like, just so, even though it's apparent that he's not the captain anymore, he still feels like he is you know, helping, I guess. He's very much like a Wormtongue character at this point, where no one really knows how he's ended up in this position, but he's taken full advantage of it. And then after that, he looks at you and he kind of points finger guns and clicks them and goes.
Give him a wink.
Yeah. And he himself grabs you know, some rigging and starts going about his jobs as well.
Nice. Yeah, that's all good. That's all good with me. So I go up to everyone, like the Hubbles, Bane, and Nettles. I'm not sure if Scuff was around. Would he be hanging around with us?
Yeah, he'd be. Yeah, he would definitely be on the deck. Everyone on the ship was, you know.
Yeah. So I'd be like, gladly they took all that well.
Seems like it went very well, actually. Wasn't sure how they'd all react being.
Yeah, as you can see, I did polish up the pauldron. It helps a lot. Has the Lionheart on it, you know.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive stuff. So shoots thunder. Very cool.
He's mounted a mirror just to the other side of the pauldron, so you can always see it in his peripheral vision.
Yeah. So once we make the port, does anyone have any ideas what they would like to do? I think we'll first try and get some valid work, some by the books work if we can. Also, if we can sell some stuff, trade some bits as well. We just need to get a bit of passive income.
We got that stock we took from.
We do. We have a
few crates worth of stuff.
Farmers, yeah. So that'll get us going.
Yeah, I just want to say that obviously the situation with Ivor is personal business for me. So whilst I appreciate any help you guys are willing to give with that, I don't think we should drag the company too much into that. I've already pulled the company a bit too much into the the underworld with all this smuggling business, and it doesn't seem to be going too well. So maybe
there's a reason we give up our names.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you say that you made a healthy profit, and all that's really, and now you have a boat as well. Like,
true. But there's also an entire region
that you've been
banned
from.
State of Welterglen we basically can't enter for the foreseeable future. So
we have a duke, and a king as possible enemy.
So I mean, I suppose we have the advantage that, at least from my personal point of view, that Ivor knows what I look like, but he doesn't know the name Nettle. Seeing as I wasn't in the company when I worked with him.
Yeah, if he gets our way, we'll always be by our side. But yeah, until then, we're not going to chase anyone down. But yeah, then I if no one else says anything, I move off and start helping the crew.
At this point, actually, Poet will come over and he'd be like, Commander, I was just wondering, actually, that out of the ports in Ravenbrook, which one are we going to make land in?
What would Uncle know? Like, would he? Because I know he said he kind of had an idea of a few places.
Yeah, so you would be, pretty much familiar with every single fucking sailor's hole on the island in your, diverse history. And you are, out of all the ports in Ravenbrook, there's 3 main ports, which are Sulphurport, Sandyport, and Arkin Bend. Sulphurport is a little bit of a industrious port. A lot of it's more based on. It's definitely got a heavy trade influence, but it's more based on exporting and receiving materials for the actual royal family, like the government side of things, while Sandyport is more of a merchant's playground. So that's the difference with those two. Arkin Bend's a little bit of a weird one. It has a little bit of a higher concentration of wizards. There is a small, I wouldn't even call it a school, but there is a wizard there who has a number of apprentices that some people in the neighbouring villages and towns do go to if they do wish to pursue some sort of academic training in that regard.
What was the last one called again, sorry?
Arkin Bend.
I think Uncle will probably go for Sandyport. Is probably the one he would feel would be the right one.
Yep, that makes sense.
Maybe if Sparkles was still around, he would think of the arcane one maybe to fix his eye, but he fucked off. So
Yeah.
He's like he's wandering around Needle Rush saying how he's going to fix his eye, idiot.
Yeah. Cool. What is everyone? Is everyone in agreement there? Obviously, the commander has final say, but if as anyone else has got a a point of view there, that would be good. Oh, I will say, Zach, just based on your history, you would personally know that both Sandyport and Sulphurport do have criminal syndicates working within them. Mostly the the aforementioned ones, like the Cobalt Trout and the was it the Silver Sturgeon? The Scarlet Sturgeon? That was it. Though they work in the sorry, I'm kind of fucking stumbling over my words here. The Scarlet Sturgeon operate out of Sandyport. The Cobalt Trout operate out of Sulphurport.
So we should probably avoid Sulphurport, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if these members of the Cobalt Trout necessarily know we're wanted yet. I don't know how fast news travels from Welterglen.
Yeah,
from Needle Rush as well. So, but we probably want to stay out of there for.
Yeah, we'll just ignore Cobalt Trout as much as we can from now on.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing to think about is that's probably also where Ivar's going to be, though, or information related to him, because he's working with the Cobalt Trout.
Yeah, you do know, obviously, the crew that you once had some sort of allegiance to back in the day that has kind of grew a little bit since you last really interacted with Ivar, has now grown into the Crow's Tongue, which is a more prominent organization in the actual capital of this country.
Oh, so he's probably not actually in this port then.
Yeah, it will be unlikely, and you do know the Raven's Tongue, even though it does have like ties within the capital of this country, is actually based out of Mistruk, which is in that's a town in a different it's a town in the Rovna dynasty, a country on the other side of the kingdom of Daedric.
Yeah.
Sometimes because I've come up with all these fucking words, when I just start saying like all these places back to back, it kind of sounds like fucking techno jargon. Like, oh, the hyperflux capacitor is overloaded. Maybe if we revamp,
yeah, just random words.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if everyone's in agreement, we can go to Sandyport.
Yep, I'm in agreement. I mean, beyond, I'll say to Uncle, beyond what I know where I'm from, I trust your judgment because I don't know anything beyond these lands.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, Jace goes.
Me only know fire.
Yeah, me only burn.
She's just a fucking Neanderthal. Her forehead is just a brick. Cool. Okay. Well, yeah. The next few days go quite quickly. I think it is another couple days to actually get to Sandyport over Sulphurport. But that being said, just take that out of your rations as well. Pretty much everyone here is taken care of with the vast amount of octopus that is pickling in the barrels on deck. So you don't have to worry about feeding the crew. Really, the treacle really makes the most of it.
And just before we kind of port up, like
we're above that slot. That's why we're eating rations.
Yeah.
Could I try to talk to Meatloaf sometime throughout a couple of days just to have a chat?
Yeah, absolutely. Are you gonna approach him like in front of the men, or kind of like take him in, trying to catch him in a quiet place?
A quiet place, maybe he's just kind of working somewhere, either on top or below the ship, and just kind of go up and quietly talk to him.
Yeah, and absolutely, you can manage that quite well. Like being a hobbit, if you don't want to be seen, people don't see you. It's that simple. And you find him kind of just going through the crates, making sure that all the supplies haven't been eaten by any infestations of rat or mold that might have been in the crates. He's just checking over the goods, making sure that it's all kosher for when you guys make port. And as you announce yourself, you can see him kind of jump in his skin once more. He turns to you. He's like, Captain.
Meatloaf. How have you found the trip so far?
He's kind of, you can see his face. He's not making a huge effort to hide the fact that he doesn't want to speak to you. But he is still putting in like the little amount of effort as possible. Like his smile's like,
Yeah.
Like you can just see in his face that he's not enjoying
Yeah.
this at all, and he's like,
Yeah.
"Yes, I'll say it's not been the best trip for me, honestly."
It was tough. It was tough on a lot of people as well. Now, something I just need to ask. As you know, there's been you know about the changes now that we're the company, the Bronze Line, and I am the captain. So, and this is my crew. So, I just need to ask. I can't have someone who looks like they want to stick a knife in the back of my neck on my crew. So, I just want to say what what's this all about?
Well, I'll put your fears at rest, Captain. You know, I don't think it would be very wise for me to attempt anything on a boat that is staffed completely with men absolutely loyal to your cause. I don't think I would survive much longer than you would if that would be the case.
So that's the only reason.
Well, I've never really been one for violence, even if we've had our disagreements in the past. You know, it's just the way of the world.
And I
Make an
just
insight
try to
check.
get a vibe. Yeah,
Yeah.
insight check. Yeah.
Absolutely. So yeah, he's like, there is definitely a sort of overlap here that you're looking at, but he's not quite at that level. You see, it's kind of like a chart, right? Like it goes from like power level to revenge getting, and he's not at that crux yet where if he wanted to get revenge, he's not strong enough to really achieve it. So there's no point even thinking about that. That'd be
Also,
like.
why does he want revenge though? Because like we did.
No, that's what I'm saying, because you're just asking
Yeah.
for a vibe check, and I'm just like, you're thinking like he might betray you, and I'm just trying to explain like he isn't a palpable threat. He's a commoner, effectively.
Yeah.
So like as low as threats are, he's there, and you are like the CEO of this company. Like he's not like the boot doesn't concern itself with the life of the ant sort of thing. Like he's too small to really be an issue. Like he could potentially try something. But as he said, like he recognizes that'd be a paramount to suicide if he was trying to stage anything just by himself. In terms of mutiny, that speech was very telling. Like if there is little to no chance of him managing to sort of rally troops together, which potentially might have been his one way through. But as I say, after that charismatic speech, it's not really an option that is open to him anymore.
So I don't ask him straight out. Look, can you just tell me what's your problem with me? We tried to help your daughter. We did our can. We lost a friend. At the same time, I just don't get why you have this hatred towards us.
I don't have hatred towards you, Captain. You see, I'm just not a big fan of. I'd rather people be a little bit clearer with me, as it were. I know you're a very charismatic individual, and sometimes I think you utilise that to its fullest. And that's something that I've recognised in you, and I can't blame you for it, but it's just not for me. I prefer a straight shot, as it were.
Yeah, I get that. I can keep it straight with you from now on. But as well, I need you to not loosen up a bit, but just cut it off with the death stare. That's the main thing.
Yeah, and he kind of looks at you, tilts his head, and he's like, I can appreciate that. I think I know, this ship is in Silver Kestrel is property of the company at this point. When we make port, if you want me off this ship, I will leave. Oh, by your whim.
What do you want?
I want a second chance, and I'll find that where it may be. I'm not really sure at the moment. I kind of came on the ship looking to just get away from it all in Needle Rough. So I don't really have an objective as of yet.
Yeah, so I know I have a lot to think about, but I'll leave you to it. But as I said, you're welcome to stay, but just I need to, trust you. Need to, act the part. Maybe act the part was the wrong word to say.
Yeah, understood. As I say, you will not find a knife in your back that was placed there by my hand. I may not have been, We may not have had the best interactions in the past, Captain, but it's not something. I'm not suicidal. I do realise the stakes here.
And quick question before I go: what do you know of the company Bronze Line? Was it something that you've heard before?
Yes, you know, the stories do crop up. I think there was a campaign in, I think Dietrich maybe 500 years ago. My great-great-grandfather on my, or a few greats more than that, on my father's side was actually a part of the company back then. He brought home a little bit of cash, for sure. He was going to start an inn, but I believe he spent it all on the way back to Welterglen, hence only being able to afford a small, modest homestead once he arrived back in the country.
Yeah. That's good. Any thoughts of following his
Aspirations?
his legacy, aspirations?
Well, potentially. I mean, the history of the company is storied, and sometimes it isn't the, you know, I'm not sure if what they told you, Commander, but it's not all roses and sunshine, that's for sure.
I know
And-
that well.
Yeah, like if you was Poet would have probably mentioned it at some point in your, you know, taking over the mantle of becoming commander. But even though they were a very storied company in years past, they, on their decline to the current state where we began this campaign, there were a fair few instances where the company was involved in a situation that didn't reflect too well on it. At one point, a member of the company actually became a very powerful, evil individual who sought to, you know, raise a horde and destroy a few settlements within the country of Dietrich. But that was thousands of years ago at this point.
Yeah, I didn't know that was an option. Okay, I'll write that down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Notes for later.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Well,
I've
Nice
actually,
one.
yeah, I do have actually a fucking list of events. Let me see if I can quickly find it. But yeah, like from the conversation you've had with him, he seems quite, you know, upfront about this whole thing. It's not a situation that he thought he would end up in, but he's just trying to make the best of it at this point. And even though you can dislike someone, it's not always, you know, extreme acts of retribution and like revenge. Like you can, like, you know, just kind of sulk about it, I guess would be a way to say it. Okay, so yeah, there was a couple of so there are, I think, roughly 8 major events in the history of the company, and I won't go through them all now. But I'll just tell you the titles so you can infer what that means. The first one is villain, and that would have been like in the heyday of the company of that member that we just spoke about, who became very powerful through magic or something else, and attempted to sort of break away from the company and utilize his assets that he'd gained from the company on his own personal conquests. Infrastructure was after that. That would be them building a keep somewhere. Favor, that means there is a country out there that owes the company a favor, and if you was to pursue that, I can give you more detail on that.
yeah, cool.
Yeah, 2 cases of sort of improving your reputation in the Anfang, back to back almost, kind of spreading awareness. 2 very successful, like propaganda campaigns almost. Then Madness, which was a case of one of the commanders actually going a little bit batshit crazy and declaring war on countries right roughly around when the company was at its peak, which then led to it being destroyed by the coalition of countries that came together to just like break apart this you know, this force. Madness again, as there was a second attempt at the lieutenant who of the company at the time obviously became the commander after Initial was defeated and had a lesser rebellion. And then after that, Catastrophe, which was the almost decimation of the company that kind of led it becoming into the weakened state that you would have joined the company in, where it's more, instead of having these aspirational goals of like just like taking over countries, where for whatever reason that's where the company went for a time being. It's more monster hunting, but it still has a reputation of being, if you pay them to do a job, they're gonna get it done. Like, that's your reputation.
I feel like if we ask, the favor sounds interesting, the country that owes us a favor, but I feel like Poet just won't know it, even though he's supposed to write everything down.
Yeah.
I don't know which country. It's just we just.
Yeah, it's it's something that the Chronicle is a book that obviously documents like thousands of years of history, and that he would have given you an overview of that on a sort of almost a very quick rundown of the events of the company. But he can look into it if you would ask him.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, maybe we'll just do that off screen. I'll just talk about the favor.
Absolutely. And yeah, and as you guys finish up this conversation, you can hear a cry above deck, and as you go back to the deck, you see for the first time in about 7 days at this point land ahead, and you see the middling range port of Sandyport. And even though I know the coast of this map is on the north side, it should be on the east side. So just imagine north is on the left side of the screen.
Mm-hmm. I'm imagining it. Okay.
I'm there. And as you guys are bringing it up, you can see the crew start to cheer. There's a general sense of like, even though, we are foundling sailors, like going back to land is always a momentous occasion. And at this point, Kindness will come up to you, Nettle. And he's like, right, so what's the plan? Are these fuckers like keeping the ship here, or lights a cigarette?
I guess the first step is to try and move the goods.
Absolutely.
The crates.
So we could
Look for a
probably
buyer.
Yes, for sure. There's going to be a few questions, like where have these goods come from? Like, we're not a noted trading company, of course. Nothing like the way I've seen Uncle speak to the men. I don't think that'll be a problem, but it's something just to bear in mind. You didn't do too bad yourself, I might say. I was very impressed. Now, takes a long drag on the cigarette at this point, and he's like,
"So you enjoyed my speech?"
Yeah, absolutely.
Wasn't much to it.
Brought a tear to my eye. But yeah, like really, are we intending to keep the Silver Kestrel? I know it is a good asset to have, and it will help us get around quickly. But it also can be a little bit of a burden if we're going a bit more inland.
Yeah, I was thinking this. I don't know the answer for now, ultimately, because I imagine it's not going to be cheap to stash it in a port for a long period of time.
No, I don't think it would be.
And we don't really have the numbers or somewhere to keep it right now. So I guess it depends on the next step. I guess we'll look for work here. Then we'll have to decide on the next step. I assume we will be heading further inland.
Yeah.
Sounds like we're going to be heading towards Diatric. So
yeah.
I guess ultimately we'll have to be selling this first ship.
So I was just saying, who owns the boat? Like, as in, I know
You.
Like how
it's property of the company, so in the same way that there's magic items that belong to the company that don't belong to any of you, they are, well, technically it doesn't even belong to the company. This is a stolen boat, effectively, but it's not something that they can really prove,
Yeah.
It's not like it's emblazoned with the cobalt trout on the all sides, because they are a criminal organisation. They don't really shout about that.
So it was a cobalt trout boat, but it would be indistinct because that's their, that's what they would use.
Yeah, MO.
Yeah, cool.
But they might recognize it, right? So it might be worth getting rid of it pretty quickly. Because obviously I don't know how, but they might have people who can. There might be a distinct mark or something they put on their own ships. That's like a less obvious dent or something to signify to them that it's one of theirs.
Can Uncle come up to Kindness and Nettles?
Yeah, absolutely. They're kind of just sitting on the on the bow of the ship, just kind of having this conversation by the steering wheel. All of you would be around there if you want to chip in, and kind of actually shout down to you, Wolfspade. It's like, what about you, Preacher? What do you think? You've been awful quiet these last few days. You finally coughed up the last bit of that seawater.
I mean, she's definitely avoiding the edges of the boat. She's been staying very
Yep.
at the centre for the entire rest of the journey. I would like to agree that I think we should get rid of this boat probably sooner rather than later. I do think they might be keeping an eye out for it.
Makes
It's
sense.
a shame. I like her. I like the name as well, Silver Kestrel. But I think what we should do is just port up for a day or two and just have a chat around with people inside town. I want to get a map commissioned as well, and we'll just take it from there then. So see if there's any big jobs either inland or even we could find a job out in sea, which will help us tide along. But for the moment, we'll just port up for a couple of days, sell what we can, and if needed, sell the ship as well.
Are we all here at this exact moment? Or
Yeah, pretty much everyone's just kind of filtering around the battleship. Jace is doing his, classic pretending to work but not really working, and he's just kind of, polishing the ship side for kind of like that bartender who's just always wiping down the bar. It's like at this point, actually, Tulip will come over to you, Jace. Oh, sorry, not Jace, because you wasn't in the company, was you? But it would have to be you, then Commando. It's like, so, I know you had that really rousing speech, and it was very inspiring, but you never gave me my nickname.
Who's this? Sorry.
Tulip. She was the woman that you rescued
Tulip.
from the wizard's den.
Tulip sounds like a nice nickname already. Yeah. So I'm glad we're at your company. Actually, sorry, we haven't spoken much since we got on sea, but yeah.
It's been a busy few days, Tulip.
Yeah. So yeah, busy few days. So nickname.
What's your skill set, Tulip? What's your like? What would you say is your best quality?
I'm a little bit of a freak with the pestle and mortar, as it was.
It's an interesting way to phrase it.
Grinder, a perfect.
I was about to say grinder as well.
Yeah.
You said freak. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
She kind of regrets asking at this point. I was like, okay.
That's the face we're looking for.
Yeah. Cool. Just remember, our commander was called Funk.
Yeah.
We're not known for having good names.
Yeah.
Oh, it's over there on the.
As you guys are all kind of sitting around having this conversation, you see Princess kind of tug up at your sleeve, Wolfsbane. It's like, so what's going on with? I know we were going to go see my brother. Is that not happening anymore?
It's not something we haven't talked about at all, actually.
I actually didn't think this earlier. I was trying to remember where we was actually meant to stop for her.
Like a meadow. Yeah.
I feel like we're forgetting something.
I'll just kind of pat her head and stroke her hand and say, don't you worry, we are going to get you there eventually. And then can I kind of like just kind of walk slowly up to her and kind of be like, I think we're forgetting something.
I thought she didn't want to go. Like, I thought she said don't leave us, and we kind of infer that to mean she wants to remain with the company indefinitely.
Yeah,
she was kidnapped as well, though. So
she's not, and she's not saying this in the sense of, oh, take me to my brother or change my mind. It's more of a case of clarification because last time, she spoke about staying with you guys. She was like, no, we're taking you to your brother, and you're gonna fucking, we're dropping you off because the battlefield is no place for a child. And then you've sailed to a different country in between that conversation and now.
Yeah.
What do you think about keeping her here, maybe? Because, she's fitting in fine. I don't think she's in any immediate danger with us.
Well, I think she's only a child, but I guess it's up to her. I don't think it's a pet we can...
I can look after myself.
Yeah.
And she kind of clutches her holy symbol and her little doll a little bit tighter at this point.
Yeah. So we couldn't take you to like a meadow just yet, just because it was too dangerous for us to head down the road. Is that still where you want to go?
My brother, isn't going anywhere, but I would like to tell him about what happened back home in Swinemouth. Like he doesn't know about Mum and Dad yet, or my brother.
We'll get a. Can you write?
Yeah. Wolfsbane taught me.
Yeah. Oh.
Uncle says as he has no idea how to write the letter himself.
Yeah. One of his eyes is just slowly going lazy.
Yeah. We can have an option. Sadly, the company can't go to Lycan Meadow. We can't bring you there ourselves. But we can pay for someone
A courier.
to send you. We can send a letter to him, or we can send you on a ship to Lycan Meadow as well.
No, I'm not leaving. I want to go with you guys.
That's good with us. And then
You just throw a fucking sword at her. Like, go on,
Yeah.
strap up.
Wait, I'd start pulling your weight.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I was gonna wait for a while until they're finished to show you, and I said but I want to wait till I finish all of these first, and I take out the dragon set pieces, the Wolfsbane one and the Princess one, and I give them to her now.
Yeah, her eyes just kind of fucking light up instantly. You can see her almost not discard her doll, but it very quickly becomes out of her mind as she does drop it and runs over to stare at the meticulously crafted pieces by herself. And she kind of grabs them, holds them to her chest, kind of looks back at you, Wolfsbane, with like a childlike awe that you don't often see in your line of work.
Oh, can I go up and give Uncle a hug and say thank you? That's very sweet.
Uncle's blushing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, I have to like proper get down. And
Yeah. I was nothing.
Yeah.
But then, and then I said, make sure to get some good practice. I think a lot of people on the crew need a bit of practice with their dragon chess.
Absolutely. My dad always used to say that it's a really good translation on how good you are with a chess kit, but as it is to being someone in charge of people. Everyone's like, okay.
I've never played.
Yeah. And she kind of picks up her doll now and skips off down below decks.
She's the Lionheart in the making.
Yeah. One day, this 9-year-old's going to run the company.
In 2 years.
Yeah. What was it? He was when the lieutenant left, he was like, yeah, let's make a fucking voodoo. The lieutenant, it's like literally he's been in the company for like 2 days.
Yeah.
But
everyone's still scared of him or her.
Yeah. Well, for obvious reasons. And as you look over now, just underneath the sail, you just see the eyes peering at you from the darkness, unmoving. Somehow, even though that you guys are on a boat, Horns has gotten lost yet again, and no one's been able to find her for the last few days. So probably underneath some rigging somewhere in a drunken stupor.
And then Voodoo is just in like a normal stupor, just like zoned out somewhere.
Yeah.
Eyes just white. Just going back somewhere.
Yeah.
Somewhere weird.
And as you guys are approaching the port now, getting ready to come up, you would know, Ray, that you guys are going to have to go through a customs process first, and usually it'd be yourself as the captain that they would be looking to speak to. And as you kind of pull into the small port, the men starting to throw lines of rope over to the dock workers as they slowly you do come into port, and the anchor is dropped. A drawbridge or plank is kind of hoisted onto the boat, and you can see about 4 armed men and one well-dressed official step onto the boat. You can see that he's got a very plump figure and hair that's neatly combed backwards. He's a half-elf. He comes over roughly towards where the bow of the ship, and he's like, is there a captain that I can speak to?
I come up to him and say, good morning, I'm the captain.
He's like, where did that...
Yes,
Oh, hello there. As he looks down at you. He's like...
How are you, boss?
Nice to meet you, Captain. Where have you come from? And you can see him bring out a little bit of parchment and a quill.
Can I retroactively think of some place would we have spoken about? Would we have said we come from Needle Rush? I suppose we...
I was just thinking that. I mean, it's probably a bad idea to mention we've come from this place, isn't it?
Yeah, all the people on the boat are from Needle Rush as well, though. Uh, I don't like lying. What was the kingdom called? Again,
Welterglen.
Welterglen.
Welterglen, yeah. Yes, so we are the Silver Kestrel, by the company of the Bronze Lion. We're just sailing from Welterglen.
Ah, I see. And what port do you have you made sail from?
I don't. I'm looking at the
was
map
like,
here.
yeah.
How is this guy in charge?
Yeah, I'm just not too sure. Should I say Needle Rough or Lichen Meadow?
So, is everything all right?
Yeah. So sorry. Yes. It's a long journey. A bit parched. So we're coming from Needle Rush.
And he kind of looks around. This man is like, I see. Okay, and what is the cargo you bring? What is the purpose of you being here? I assume you're here to trade based on the size of your vessel.
Yeah, we've trade that we picked up all through Welterglen, and then some large pickled squid we got on the way here.
And it's like, never mind. So sorry, what was the cargo?
Some grain, some leatherwork, some attire, those sort of things.
Okay. Do you want to make a deception check? As your cargo is pretty much all military equipment.
While this is going on,
Oh, you're muted, John.
there we go. While this is going on, can I take a look at the guards and go below deck and try and disguise myself as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, you would know that you would stick out like a sore thumb if you was to come up on the deck in uniform, as there was only like 4 guards and this official that have come up onto the boat.
I'll keep bottom deck for now then, no.
Like, but given the correct circumstance, like maybe in a little bit more of a less spotlighted area, you could do the same thing. You do look at the guard's uniform. You can see it is very much has this sort of winged bird motif. The pauldrons being large feathers that kind of curve down, and the helmets sort of end in like a beaked point at the top. And you know these would be members of the Feathers, which is sort of the elite guard of Ravenbrook.
Sounds a lot less intimidating than Lycangard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I mean, Lycangard sounds cool, but they're named after moss, so. But yeah, they do look very serious. You can see these large, almost dark purpley brown cloaks that kind of hang from their shoulders. Some of them you can see not on the ship, but on the port. People in positions of authority seem to have these large feathered sort of collar to these cloaks. The fellow will be like, so, Grain, let's see if he believes you.
I rolled 13.
Yep, and he's like, well, makes sense. I mean, we all need grain. Right, and who?
I said attire as well. Leather attire. That's like armor.
Yeah.
It's just like
Yeah.
less.
Yeah.
Military word for it.
We got some clothes. Yep.
Yeah.
We got some knives on board, like for cutlery. We got some cutlery on board, just massive swords. Well, it makes sense. And do you intend to sell them within Sandyport? Or are you traveling elsewhere within the kingdom?
Well, yeah, we're looking to trade if we can. So everything we have, that'd be great, and pick up some new stuff. Anything you recommend? What's Sandyport's prime?
Yes, just
prime,
off.
expert.
If you go onto the main street, as you probably are aware, there is a open market there. Might be worth offloading your goods there if you intend to. Well, don't have a intended destination, as it were.
Yeah, because I've been to the Sulphurport before. It's first time in Sandyport. Much nicer down here.
Yes, well,
You're lucky.
Sulphurport has sort of been ran into the ground, I think, by its baron. Whilst ours is very, well, let's say, a little bit more, is manoeuvred the direction of the settlement a little better. Something the king appreciates greatly, as I'm sure you can see. Now, if you would like to pay the docking fee of 25 gold pieces, I'll be on my way.
Of course. So I just get hand him put out 25 and hand him that. Easy enough done. And actually, just a quick question before you go. As I said, we're the Silver Kestrel of the Company of the Bronze line. Trade is our secondary trade, you could say. I'm not sure if you heard the Company of Bronze line, but we are mercenaries, monster hunters. If you know of anyone who could use our services, perhaps the Baron, perhaps the King, just please let us know, and we'll do what we can to help.
You can see him give a small guffaw as you offer your services to the king directly. He's like, I think one ship of 30 men will be of little use to His Majesty. That being said, there is something that the Baron has been floating around the circle recently. He's been looking for some elite mercenary groups, and I do have a vague recollection of your company, so that you must have some sort of half-decent reputation, as it were.
Yeah, long history.
I can...
What's the Baron's name, please?
Sorry, who are you?
I'm the lieutenant.
You just
I just popped out of nowhere. What's the Baron's name?
Yeah.
Said with such confidence.
Yeah. It's Baron Thatch.
Fetch.
You spell that?
You can kind of see him, his eyes
like,
twitch slightly. But
I'm stood there with a notepad.
yeah.
Thatch.
Could you describe the Baron to me?
But yes, any help or guidance or you give us on a job like that would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. As I say, I will put forward something. I could probably have a representative come out to meet you once you get settled. At what inn would you be staying at?
We, as I said, haven't been to this port before, so anyone you recommend, we'll go for.
He kind of looks you up and down, and he says, "Well, I guess the rabble would probably spend most of their time at the Black Cloud. If
sounds
you
like our sounds like our kind of place."
Yeah, it's one of the larger buildings towards the docks. If you do happen to sell your cargo relatively quickly, however, you might be able to find a room or two at the Silver Lining.
Appreciate it. Perfect.
And he kind of gives you a nod. And he says, "How has a mercenary company turned to trade? How did that come about?"
Monster hunting pays well. It's something you have to do something with the money, and sometimes it's nice to have a second trade where we don't have to almost be killed.
That makes sense. Any kind of
all investing, bro.
yeah.
While we're traveling, might as well try to make a bit extra money on the side.
Makes sense. Well, welcome to Sandyport. And he turns on his heel, and the feathers follow behind him off the ship. At this point, you can see, whilst this conversation was happening, some of the men had already started moving the cargo from below deck back onto the actual decking of the ship, ready to transport it off the ship altogether. And as this happens, Puddles comes up to you, Ray, and he's like, "Well, we're doing quite well, and I got you here safe and sound. You are more than welcome, Commander. But what is the plan? Are we keeping the ship, the vessel, or?"
It depends. So we're parking up for a couple of days while we try to sell what we have, maybe get some more stock in. But it depends what jobs take us. So the nature of our business, it depends. If we're taking inland, we might have to sell the ship. If the job is back on the seas, we can keep the ship and move on. But we'll have to just give it a couple of days to see what path.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, if you do want to keep the ship, I would not say no at continuing to command the vessel in your absence, of course. Maybe actually get properly involved in this trade. If not, I could probably look around, see if there are any buyers. I mean, we're in one of the larger ports in this in this place, and we can hardly sail it up the rivers and creeks here. So someone will probably buy the ship we have.
So you want to go out on the seas yourself?
Well, I think the captain's life has given me a taste of something that I haven't had before, and I quite enjoy it, if I'm being quite honest.
It looks like you've been enjoying it.
Yeah, you can see he's got a small pot belly.
Yeah.
Eating very well.
Give us a couple of days. We'll see what the plan is. Maybe if you can, while we're at port, try to get some more sailors. We need more experienced men, especially if you're going to go out by yourself without me.
Absolutely.
So just get the word out.
I don't think, honestly, we're nearly at full capacity as it is. I think once you guys leave, we'd only be able to get another roughly about 5 sailors, maybe some, VIPs passage on our trade routes if we were to go in that direction. Which I think I could try, but I'm not really going to be able to run into the sort of people like that in the local inns, as it were. That's more your forte, being the, you run in those circles, I assume. But yeah, in the meantime, I'll try and organise some sort of spot on that main street that fellow was talking about and sell this cargo.
Sell some of it. Don't. I wouldn't put out all the swords and armor. That stuff we might have to sell a bit more quietly. Anything else we have, just put it out and try to sell as you can. Okay,
so we're selling. Just to clarify, we're selling it all, but in a bit of a limited quantity, so it doesn't draw too much attention. Is what you're saying?
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. But I'm not sure about this. So actually, I talked to Nettles. So Nettles, what do you think about selling the swords and armor here? Should we try to sell it off at once to a bulk trader, maybe someone? Or should we? I think it might draw the attention.
I don't know.
Try to sell it on the street.
I mean, not to go down that route again, but smugglers would be the sort of people who'd want. It'd be easier to sell them to.
You just see some $2 signs on Nettle's face.
Yeah. They'd be able to take them off our hands a lot easier than anyone else, but probably don't want to get involved with the gangs again. Well, maybe we should send Scruff and Wolfsbane with Puddles to see if we can find any maybe don't tell him to sell, but see if you can find any interested parties that are somewhat legitimate.
Yeah, legitimate to buy in bulk. We definitely shouldn't sell that stuff on the street. But everything else, Puddles can go. Anything.
And are we also going to trust Puddles enough to?
Hang on, sir.
Oh, he's still here at this point.
He's still there. Yes.
I think he's walked off. I didn't say that then. Can I take it back?
He kind of looks at you, Uncle, and he's like, although I do respect. The lieutenant's judgment here, I must say, personally, I disagree. I think selling it all on the street would not incur an issue. I think that would be a very wise move. And I think, realistically, and he kind of looks over at Nettles and leans in and whispers, I think he's just trying to waste your time so he can pursue this, what's his name? Ivor,
I'll keep note of it, Puddles, but I think I have to agree with Lieutenant on this one. Don't sell. Okay, and make it very clear as well. Do not sell any weapons and armor on the street, please.
Right. Okay. Well, that is like 90% of our stock. I'll try and sell some of those pickled squid or octopus or whatever the fuck that was that attacked us. Let you know how that goes. And he kind of barks some orders back at the men who have started bringing crates up, and you see him take the majority of them back down below decks.
Yeah.
As he turns to leave, I tap him on the shoulder and give him a little wink.
Yeah. Something I forgot to say is that I've taken the treasury of the company out of your inventory, Ray, and I've copied and pasted it over to your Zach, so it should be in your allies and organizations tab.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I remember putting it there actually, but I have noted it on a Google Doc somewhere.
Yeah, try and keep stuff like that. Yeah, try and keep stuff like that just on the character sheet, just so I can check in on it from time to time if I need to.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you guys, how many days did you want to buy docking for?
Just 2 for the moment until we.
Okay. So that would be a initial docking fee of 25 gold pieces and an additional 10 for every day. So that's a total of 45 gold pieces.
We should look to sell those gems we've got as well.
You don't need something that I mentioned when you got them, but you don't actually need to sell gems because stuff like that in like a medieval society, like holds its weight like gold. Like people take that as payment.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Would they be useful for the armorers think as well for like
Potentially.
rune crafting or something?
So then I just get everyone to group up, like all the main crew, and just say, all right, we'll split up into a few bits. Scruff and Wolfsbane, if you wouldn't mind trying to sell, find a buyer for the armor and weapons, just someone who could buy it in bulk. And then myself, I'm gonna go and see if I can do what I can do about getting a map for the crew. Sorry, Zach's gone. Oh, he's back. And Zach, sorry, Nettles, do whatever you think is best. Or if you want to come with me, that's all good as well.
That's a very open-ended way you phrase that, Ray. Do whatever you think's best. This is the man who tried to burn down Needleruff, if you remember rightly.
Well, if you insist.
Yeah. You come back, fucking the whole port's on fire.
I can go and talk to the Baron if you like.
No.
Tries to burn the Baron.
Yeah.
We'll wait till his representative comes down at the end. So we have like a few hours to kind of get things done.
Last time you also spoke to Baron Zach, I think the company ended up getting.
Oh yeah, this is true.
Quite
Maybe
a
I'll stay away
hefty.
from that.
Yeah, you do well when it comes to like certain circles, but when you get into upper echelon sort of individuals, yeah, it's not really your forte. And yeah, so everyone kind of goes off to do their own thing. So who was looking for a buyer for the equipment?
Me and Wolfsbane, I think.
Yeah.
Right, 1 second.
Cool. And as you guys are off the boat and kind of take in your immediate surroundings, you can see this very colourful port before you. You can smell the heavy salt on the on the ocean from the ocean, kind of caress your senses. And you feel very relaxed. This is the first time that you've been in the port in a long time that hasn't been of a needle rough quality. Decapole was quite nice, but this is this is nice flowing hills that kind of lead down towards this dock. All the buildings are relatively well put together. They're kind of made out of either limestone or like a nice timber that is lines these buildings. Everyone here seems to be a little bit more jovial than in the likes of Needleruff, and the vibe here is quite good. Everyone seems to get on. People stop in the street to have chats, and as you get towards the more centre side of town, towards the main street, you see a cacophony of people kind of shelling out wares to each other, and there's a variety of shit you can buy here.
Okay, so I think Wolfsbane, you could see that she's obviously a lot more comfortable. This is definitely more her surroundings. So I walk a bit straighter around here and not look so like shifty-eyed. Scruff, where do you think we should head to first?
I don't know really. Let's. I can see Ollie laughing.
Yeah,
I'm not laughing.
I didn't want to say anything,
I'm
but
laughing at everyone else because I can see them going.
it's because I was watching you, Holly. As soon as Jordan started doing the accent, I was like, Holly's about to fucking.
When the second Jordan spoke, I flicked over to look at Holly like, oh.
I'm so sorry. Carry on.
I don't know. Might be worth having a little look around. See some sort of armorers or something like that.
Would Wolfsbane have any knowledge of where to approach, or any knowledge of worth of the weapons or anything? Or am I going to be a little bit oblivious to it?
No, yeah, absolutely. You might have a general understanding. If you'd like to make an intelligence for me, please.
And I'll look out for somewhere like a blacksmith or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to make a perception check or charisma, if you want to stop and ask for directions. So yeah, you guys have a good amount of cargo on the ship. You could probably make a decent profit in the range of between 1,000 and 3,000 gold pieces worth of material there. Obviously, the commander is very astute. Not only are these stolen goods, but they're stolen goods from a criminal enterprise that's working based out of the town up the fucking road. So it's shilling that is a different story to you know, it's not just like you're going to walk into town, make £3 profit, and then fucking party out. It's going to be a process to get rid of that goods. And what Nettle said does hold a little bit of weight there. Like, you know, fencing, that kind of thing, is an intelligent move in the sense that it's not going to be traceable back towards the company. Jordan, yeah, you quickly find a blacksmith, and even though a lot of these stalls are very much more trinkets and you know, general goods, one of the more solid buildings actually on the crossroads in town, you can see here, is the blacksmith, and it's an open air sort of setting, and in the actual forge itself you can see this large, well-built, or I'll say large, stocky dwarf with no hair on his head, with these sort of dwarven runes that kind of are tattooed around the side from ear to ear, around the back of his head, shirtless, kind of just pounding away at this large axe that he seems to be working on. You can see that even though he does appear to be well muscled, he still has this gut that weirdly has a six-pack still. Like he's like built and fat somehow at the same time. Classic dwarven genes.
Ultimate bit of belly.
Yeah.
Might be worth having a little wander in here.
So we can approach him. Hi there. Would you be interested in buying any of our weapons?
Well, you're selling weapons, are you?
Yeah, we've got a few to sell back on our ship. I mean, looking at it, it doesn't seem to be what you're selling currently, but it might be a nice addition to your store.
Huh. And why would I want to buy lesser quality gear from yourself, child? You can see at this point he's like put down his large hammer that he was beating away on this axe, and he kind of turns to you and folds his arms across his chest. You can now see this large braided beard, very snugly fitting to his form, and he kind of looks at you with this very dour expression.
Well, you're clearly skilled. Maybe you could melt it down and make something even better.
Aye, I could probably do that. Well, do you have an example on you? I'd like to justify the sale and the quality of the metal therein before we make such an accord.
Can I look to Scruff and kind of look a bit worried, as I definitely didn't bring any of the samples with me.
I'll bring out one of the weapons that.
Yeah, I'd say it wouldn't be without reason that you guys are carrying around like a, you know, an example of the leather vest and the sword. And he kind of looks at the metal and he's like, well, actually, this is high quality. I can see this is comes out of Rovna dynasty. I know this smith myself. As he kind of is loosening the blade and he's looking actually at the tang of the handle at this maker's mark. So, how'd you come across this weapon? I know he doesn't really sell in this part of the world. Did you buy it from him direct? He kind of looks at you as though
a little bit.
you guys are awkwardly standing there like.
I'll like butt in. Can I go? Well, done a few trades here and there. Just kind of picked it up, to be honest. Thought it'd do us well, but we're just trying to fling it.
Make a deception check for me, please. Well, to be honest, he has been spending a lot of time these years making more product but at a lesser value. But the raw weight of it would be good. I could see, how many of these units do you have?
We'll have to check with our commander how many we're actually looking to get rid of, but we've got quite an amount. How much would you be able to take from us?
So just in the interest of, you know, having this conversation, you would be familiar with the amount you have, and you would compare that to him. He's like, I could probably take it off your hands for, say, 1,000 gold pieces.
I definitely think you can do better than that.
Make a persuasion check.
Can I help and kind of add
Yeah.
to it and go? Ha! I heard they would take it for about 1,500 down the road.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Is it just roll with advantage for Holly, or?
You can both make one.
Okay.
$1,500. I can do that. It kind of sticks at this large handout that somehow is still the same thickness of the arm it's attached to, waiting for one of you to shake it.
But you've got such lovely clothes, and I'm looking around all the you got. I definitely think you could do a little bit better. Just a little bit better.
1,500. Take it or leave it.
You've got a deal.
And he's like,
Wolfsbane has left the hand out. I'll kind of
yeah,
spit in my hand and shake his.
yeah, and he kind of looks at you for the first time with something other than like contempt as you do that, kind of seeing that you're a bit more of a a lad than just someone who's come across like, do you want to buy a vacuum cleaner? Sort of door-to-door salesman vibe. He's like, right, well, when can I expect the stock to get here?
I'll bring him over with a couple of lads later.
No, well, please do hurry up. I am due to close in the next hour.
All right, be with you soon.
Right.
Right, should we head? We'll head back and break the good news.
Sounds good to me.
Cool. So you guys head off, and as he says, right, well, Volcrum look over you. And he kind of gets back to finishing off his acts before he shuts up his shop. So, Ray, you said you wanted to head into town and look for...
Photographer.
Yes, and make either a charisma check or a perception as you get to the high street and you start looking around for a vendor of sorts.
Yeah.
Back in a sec.
Unfortunate. Yeah, but you're going around being like, does anyone know where a cartographer is? And it takes you a little bit of time to actually get to find one. As you do, you can see a stall just packing away his wares for the day when you come over, and you can definitely tell he is a cartographer.
Boss, how are you?
How can I help? You can see this interesting looking fellow, actually. He seems to have skin that looks like it's made of rock. His eyes seem to be like a charged green color, and he moves with a weird sort of grace considering this almost affliction. He's dressed in very in more plain clothes than you would expect someone who would have a profession as a cartographer.
Well, boss, sorry, no, I see you're packing away, but he's still open for business.
You can kind of see him think for a little bit. If you make a persuasion check for us, please. I guess depends on the size of the commission.
Just looking for one of this kingdom here.
Easy enough. I have a few of those prepared at any given time. 25 gold pieces, and it's yours.
Yeah, easily enough done. So 25 sounds good to me.
Cool.
And then I ask, we're in port for a couple of days. I was wondering if you could do maybe something a bit bigger, just something of the what would I call it? You wouldn't really call it hemisphere, but
I can do what? Are you looking for this? I don't know, the eastern side of Anfang potentially. That is a big project, but something I could probably look at.
Yeah, please, yeah.
That is going to cost you roughly 300 gold pieces.
Uncle would kind of know how much maps would cost. Does this seem like a good? Oh, well, I roll first, but like.
Yeah, that's not too. That's a little high. That is a little high, but that's not like unreasonably high. Like that's like on that higher end of what you can expect to pay.
Yeah. So I'm not looking for that now, so maybe we're around for a few days. So maybe in 2 days I'll come pick it up. But
Well,
for 200,
I
that's what I
think
say.
it's going to take you a little bit longer than that. I'm going to have to draw and detail and gather knowledge on several kingdoms. It's probably going to take me about a 10-day at the least. And as you can expect, this sort of work does not come cheap. Make a persuasion check.
And then
We'll say 250. I think that is fair.
I was about to say I was going to roll a
Oh,
chromatic
okay,
present.
yeah, go for it. Yeah, again, he's like 250. I think that is fair.
Yeah, sounds fair. Do you I'll give you half now and half when it's finished.
Absolutely. And he shakes your hand.
Yeah, perfect. And Zach, would you mind knocking that off? So it was 150.
I was going to ask. I didn't want to interrupt. Am I taking this off like the company
Yeah.
money?
Yeah.
So you
I
guys
have
should
no
have
money myself, so, yeah.
you guys should have a map of Ravenbrook in your inventory now.
That's 150 gold because he's paid half plus the map of Ravenbrook.
Yep.
Cool, very cool.
So you guys are currently in Sandyport, as you can see. That's like the middle port. At the bottom, you can see Bemba, which has like a diamond asterisk. And I'm not sure if I discussed this on the last map, but anything with a diamond is a dwarven stronghold over instead of a regular one. So they're typically subterranean or inside mountains.
I want to go there as well.
So Borodur then is going to be a big dwarven stronghold.
Yes. There is a make a history check for us, actually, Zach.
Look.
Yeah, so you're not 100% you know, on the what the particulars are, but you do know there is a naming scheme when it comes to dwarven settlements, and there is a different suffix on the name of the settlement depending on its size. So typically, if you see "de" at the end of something, it's the equivalent of like a town or a city or around that region.
Okay.
Cool. What was you doing, Zach, as everyone's sort of went off to do something? What's Nettles getting involved in at the time?
I was just chilling on the ship, just keeping an eye on things.
Okay. Make a perception, if you would. Yeah, most people seem to just be going along their day. You can see now that Scruff and Wolfsbane have come back, and they've started to gather a few of the men to try and transport the goods back up to the smithy in town. And yeah, but other than that, like, there's not a lot going on.
Yeah. While they're doing that, I'm on one of the kind of upper levels of the ship with Kindness, out of hearing range of those two.
Yeah.
Having a chat. Kindness, what are your thoughts on Scruff?
He's a bit of a... How do I put this? Bit full of himself, isn't he?
Yeah. I'm suspicious. I think he came at a very convenient time. One sec, sorry.
Yeah. I mean... No, he's taking his headset off. Classic.
Personally, I think he's a chipper guy, but never mind.
Is there anything else anyone wanted to get involved in just while we're waiting on a sec?
I just want to maybe talk to the men, tell them to kind of let loose a little bit. They would have received payment, haven't they? We paid them for the first bit.
Yeah, you paid them up front for the initial
Yeah.
voyage. Puddles would have obviously sorted that.
Yeah, so I would have told them to just kind of have a bit of fun, get a few drinks, but again, you remember there were visitors here, and don't get into too much trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. And they very much give you a resounding, sort of response there, and they will go off and head out into town, kind of disperse. Just before they get earshot. Sorry, you can hear Poet speak up behind you. It's like, Commander, when do you think they should return?
Just to give him 3 hours in town, or the evening of town, but want him back here quite early, and we need maybe a crew to guard the ship as well.
Absolutely. Okay, I will keep watch for the time being with Treacle. I think he's pretty much done with the town today, so we'll keep an eye. And once some of the men have had something to drink, maybe we'll get one of them on here as well.
Yeah.
Cool. And so yeah, he does that, and everyone seemingly is going towards the Dark Cloud, where the inn that the sailors in this particular settlement.
Very good. I was just going to wait till Zach comes back, but I suppose like we. Oh yeah, so I see Scruff and Wolfsbane, and if they're not done, I help. And how'd you get on? I see you're moving the stuff out.
I think we got a pretty good deal in the end. We got 1,500 gold. Add to the
Good job. I knew I could count on E, so I think that's good with kind of the hand we're dealt. With that, we can buy a bit more legitimately and not worry about where we sell as much. So
yeah, I will say thank God for fucking Scruff's deception check there. Otherwise, that was going to be a very messy situation.
I knew we were going to get in like big trouble there. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Uncle, one thing I would know is he did actually recognise the maker's mark weapon, so this may be something to keep in mind if we're going to be shifting any weapons left.
I think that was the end of it. So that's the end of our kind of illegal stock. So from now on, we'll just might go buy if we are taking the ship, we'll just buy some legitimate stuff. We don't have to worry about it then. We'll be all buy the books from here on out.
Yeah.
As I say, you would know, Holly. Oh, sorry, Karen.
I was going to say, all of this is making me quite nervous of late.
Yeah. Hopefully that's the end of it. So.
But yeah, something you did do, Holly, which I'm not sure if it was intentional or not, but you did like sell this off as almost like melt this down for scrap value. So that way, that kind of stops that Maker's Mark thing being an issue in the future when you've got some fucking ISIS, the medieval ISIS over there that all have weapons supplied by you guys. Like that's not going to be something you encounter. So yeah, hopefully that's going to make it a lot harder to track once it goes through that process. So that was very clever.
I was just trying to batter him up, to be honest. That was Wolfsbane kind of semi-flirting.
That's Wolfsbane flirting.
Melting down. It has to mean like fire had to be involved.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Scruff will go to Uncle and Wolfsbane while they're standing around and say, "Funny enough, this Wolfsbane is better at persuading than building a shrine, that's for sure."
Oh, really? That's good.
Yeah. But yeah, Zach, now that you're back, do you want to add 1,500 gold pieces to the company's treasury?
And
yes.
you missed it as well, so you were talking to Kindness, and Kindness went in for the kiss.
Amazing.
Yeah, with tongue. You didn't respond, it was very awkward then. I was like, oh, you can't let it.
Oof.
Yeah. Poor Kindness.
Steamy romance ruined.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
But yeah, Kindness would respond. He said like, yeah, he's a bit full of himself, but he's half decent with that fucking polearm of his. Don't know where the fuck he got that from though. I mean, 1 minute, he dived into the water with nothing in his hand, and then he had a fucking massive stick with a sword on it.
Yeah. Do you not think it's a bit convenient that he arrived on the ship when he did, considering the two kind of significant powers in the region were looking for us?
It's a bit strange as well how he is a practitioner of the same faith that Wolfsbane is, even though that is a elven god in most places.
It all seems very convenient for him to insert himself into the company, considering people would pay, a lot of gold for his skills, and he was in the Cobalt Trout stronghold. Like, what could he possibly be doing there if he's not working with the Cobalt Trout?
Very strange indeed. as a ex-member of the Trout, I will say we're not all bad.
Yeah, that's obviously.
Yeah. That being said, though, I've never come across. What did you say his name was? Jace.
Jace,
in my travels.
Yeah, I'm just a little concerned he's maybe been hired by the Crown or the Trout to
Yeah, he does sort of fit
collect
that
the
MO.
bounties.
Yeah. Well,
He seems like, the highest bidder is who he's loyal to.
well, now that we're in
So-
Ravenbrook, I guess this is bounty hunter territory as well. Let's hope we don't run into the arachnid. And he kind of chuckles to himself. And you would know that as almost like a boogeyman in this area of the world. He's not really known as someone like a confirmed entity. Like, there's a lot of speculation and myth, and mostly it's put down to like the sort of thing that women would tell their children, like, oh, if you don't behave, arachnid's going to come and take you off in the night. Sort of shtick.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I'm going to keep an eye on him. And I'll let you know if anything strange happens.
Alright, I'll do the same thing. And he kind of lights up another cigarette, offers you one, and then he'll place his lit one in Bertram's mouth, and then light another one for himself. And you guys all just are smoking on the boat.
Standing there in silence for like 15 minutes, staring over the rest of the ship.
Cool. And is after you guys would have been finished with the smithy, you guys heading towards the inn at this point?
Yeah, I think we've all finished up, so.
Cool. And yeah, the inn you'll find is a very sort of, it's a cozy place, the way I describe it. Like, it's not run down, but it's definitely not, high living. You see a large fire pit in the center of the room. That's a lot of people are gathering around. That seems to be perpetually burning. You can see the light that emanates from this pit almost shine out of between the cracks in the exterior of the building, which is a large, towering, three-story building that sort of overhangs the higher levels you go, very Tudor style. And it's almost got this weird lean to it that kind of tilts off into the street. And as you can get closer, you see a large hanging cloud sign with a black cloud on it.
Nice. It's stroll in.
And as you do, you're welcomed immediately with cheers from a few of the members of the company who have already started to get situated within the inn. Before you have a chance to even go to the bar, one of the new recruits comes over with a platter of drinks for you and kind of puts it down at the nearest table. And he's like, "Thank you for taking me on, Captain. I really appreciate it. I'm really enjoying myself so far. I'm very glad that you guys managed to kill those octopuses. It was delicious, and I hope to see you again on the road from now on." And he quickly makes his departure after that.
Would I know his name?
Well, this is the thing. You potentially might have known his name at one point, but now everyone has new names, so you're very much in a stage of sort of regathering that. A lot of people are still in that phase of not actually having a new name yet.
Yeah. Can I say, have you taken on a new name yet? I just asked him.
Yeah, the men call me Ramble, so I'm not quite sure why, but I think it's probably something to do with the way I speak. There's not many people accustomed to that, but I find it not too bad. This is just how everyone speaks in my family. My mum, my dad, my pa. Yep.
Oh, do you know what? It actually reminds me of reminds me of my uncle, my mother, my dad,
Yeah.
my little cousin. Let me tell you about my cousin.
These two spend a solid 20 minutes just conversing as you guys have your drinks and you kind of drinking around the table at this point. As you're there, like it's only an hour goes by before the representative of the Baron does come to the inn. In that time, like, you guys don't have to go and pay for a drink once. A lot of the men are quite taken with you guys as their leadership, and I bring you drinks. If you request food, it's got for you, and you start to feel like some sort of semblance of the company pre this most recent catastrophe come back in the Fractal Sea. As the representative comes in, it's very evident that he is the representative. As he comes in, he's kind of got this long hooked nose, large pointed elven ears, and he kind of looks down on most people in this area. He's very tall, he's about 6'5", but he's very slender at the same time. He's wearing a very similar petticoat, or doublet I should say rather, that the officer on the port was when he was going through customs with you.
Nice. So I said, oh, well, we'll be waiting. And then I signaled to the innkeeper to maybe get us a table in the corner, maybe, just so we can talk business.
Yes.
Or a booth, if there's
Yes,
one.
I think a booth would do in keep, and you see this, this half-elven bartender who's kind of quite quiet, glasses, kind of be like, "I, my lord, I'll get that done for you." He's like, "Very well. I don't suppose you really have a drink. I should probably get one, not to be rude. And a small spritz of wine, please, my good man." And the barkeeper's like, "Mm-hmm." And he quickly directs you both to one of the quieter corners in this very, lively setting.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, thank you for meeting us this evening, and we felt very welcome in your town so far. So appreciate it.
Yes, well, you can thank the Baron for that. He does a good job, making sure things run in due course. Will the rest of your, your officers will be joining us for this job?
So I just signaled over just to Net. For the job. So sorry, for the table, I just bring Nettles over with me. Just
Okay.
so
I kind of do that because Nettle's already quite drunk at this point. He's been drinking with everyone.
Then I signal over to Wolfsbane. Yeah, she could come with me. She's Elven, so that'll be alright. So yeah, should we go in and we sit down at the booth? And what was his question again?
He was talking about the job, but as Wolfsbane kind of comes over, you see Princess come to follow you. Wolfsbane, kind of giving this like stomping stride as she makes her way towards the booth. She's like, "Oh, is this a discussion for me as well?"
No, I'll hold her back and just gesture to go and sit with all the, say, Princess, you need to go and wait over there with all the rest of them.
She looks over at Jace at the kids' table, colouring in with crayons. She's like, "Okay, I'll go hang out with Scruff. Alright, bye-bye." And she kind of skips off to the other side of the inn. And you go sit down opposite, this gentleman. And at this point, he's just quietly sipping his wine. He's like, "Oh, how are you with me? What's your name?"
Uncle. And I go in to shake his hand.
And he shakes yours back. "And you, what would your name be, ma'am?"
I go by Wolfsbane.
Well, that's a interesting name. You can call me Darius.
Darius, nice to meet you.
Thank you.
So,
I've been told by one of my administrators that you are looking for some work. And being that you have a hefty and long reputation with your name, I think we could make a agreement of sorts.
Exactly, appreciate it. Yeah, open to speak about anything.
So there is a job that does pay well. The Baron is offering quite a large sum of money for. However, he is not entirely confident with the capability of any individuals that haven't been tested already, and as such would like to present you with a sort of how would I phrase this?
A trial?
A trial job. You see, some of our caravans moving into the lands to the north have been harassed by orcs. We found one of their encampments, but we don't really have the capabilities of taking that out with any of our own protection at the moment, so we're hiring external help.
Yeah, you need it. There's a lot of dangers in the world, and you can't cover everything. So yeah, no, that's something we can definitely have a look. So just for the trial, how much is the trial paying?
We're paying 50 gold pieces per orc head.
Fair price.
Absolutely. They're based just north, just on the southern step of the mountain range. But they have two leaders, and they are both very strong. One of them is known as Thak. That's Thack. Not what you was thinking. And he kind of looks at you, Uncle. And the other one was called Quake.
Would it still be 50 gold pieces for these two leaders?
Make a persuasion check. You drive a hard bargain. I suppose we could, if you manage to do take out the leadership, we would be willing to pay an additional 50 gold pieces for their heads, so that's 100 for each of their commanders.
This is our specialty, so this doesn't seem like an issue for us. But just a quick question. So after we complete this trial, after we smash it, I know you might want to talk about the main job the king wants. I'm sure you want a bit of a what's it called? Not dignity, but
Discretion.
Discretion. Can you just let us know the region is in? Is it in the kingdom itself here, or are you? Is it an outside country job?
Make a persuasion check.
How did that work? Oh, I'm gonna roll a. It probably won't matter, but I roll a d8 as well.
Okay.
11.
And he says, I can tell you it's within the country, but that is all the details you shall have.
No, I understand that. So, so these orcs, where's the camp? Do you know? How much do you know?
So, Fak, I know, is the brains of the operation. Quake is the brawn, so just bear that in mind. They have a very storied history in this region of the world. For the last decade, they have been harassing various caravans, but it's only been recently that the Baron has saw it fit for it to be an issue to be dealt with. As orcs tend to, like a snowball, I guess, that is rolling down a mountain, they tend to develop quite quickly once they start to become successful. Numbers being drawn to their success. Yes, it's near the Grey Peaks, which is the mountain range to the north.
Okay. And how? Do you have any idea how strong they are? Their numbers at the moment? Can you estimate?
Not terribly large as of yet, but I don't have exact numbers. I think around 10.
And that's easily enough done. I think we'll accept this trial. That seems like no issue to us. Anything else we should know about the job before we get stuck in? We got our business done in Sandyport fairly quickly, so we'll move out pretty quickly to get this job done.
That's what I like to hear. And he kind of gets up to leave, finishes his glass of wine, and was like, I'll bid you adieu, gentlemen, my lady.
Yeah, I like cup up just for cheers and a nod.
Once you have completed said job, please make your way to the town hall, and the Baron will speak to you himself.
Perfect, will do.
Nice.
Won't be long.
Have a good night. And he quickly exits the inn. And I think we will have our break there, if that's cool with everyone.
Yeah.
Wanted to do anything else before we go to bed today?
We're sleeping in the ship, aren't we? Like, we're just out drinking in the inn.
Well, most of the men are going to take full advantage of actually being on dry land and sleep in the inn tonight. But yeah, it's your prerogative if you want to stay in the inn or if you want to go back to the ship.
He'll just say to like Nettles and Wolfsbane, and Scruff says, "I'm off to bed," and he takes a drink to go to go with him. Feel free to stay in the inn tonight, but I'd rather stay with the ship myself.
Right, go ahead.
I'll be staying in the inn tonight. I need to get off that ship for a little while.
I guessed as much.
How far from the ship are we? Oh, fuck it, I'll stay in the inn. Treat myself.
Yeah.
Oh, should we ditch out a bit of money, just like so we all have a small bit of pocket money, just so we can like pay off kind of our own things? Even just maybe 10 gold each or something.
I still have 49 gold on my uncle, so I'm good, thank you.
Zach, I might just like maybe... Yeah, I'll take 40 gold as well, actually, just to have everyone knocked off.
Yeah, cool.
And...
Cool, so if it...
Gordon, would you like any... So, excuse me, Jordan, if he wants any gold to spend.
It depends how much of the company I'm a part of.
He had a few good battles. He kind of saved the day. I think he give him 40 as well, maybe. Dish out a bit of money for some drinks.
Yeah, that's cool with you.
And maybe just before I leave, actually, could I get a round of drinks for the men just before I go? How much would that cost?
That would be. Are you getting them gallons and mugs?
Just a mug each.
Okay, so that's about 120 copper pieces, or what? 1 gold, 2 silver. Is that? Did I do that math right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
1 gold, 2 silver.
And that's 30
Sorry, did you say-
fucking.
How much gold did you say I had? Sorry.
40. Spend on whatever you like.
So.
It's gonna buy a knife to stab you in the back with now.
He doesn't know I'm stitched of him yet, though.
So is it
I know everything.
100 silver or 10 silver makes 1 gold?
It's always 10 denominations of 10.
10 copper, 10
Yeah.
is 1 silver. Oh yeah, so that's okay. So I have 9. That's easy.
Yeah, that's actually a lot cheaper than I thought it was. That's
Yeah.
But yeah, so you buy a fucking drink for everyone, and everyone thanks you in return. Raise their mug as you start to leave the inn, Uncle. Everyone who's staying at the inn tonight, that's going to be 8 silver pieces for a room. And being that this is a typical like sailors sort of bar, they do have plenty of rooms going.
How much gold was it, sorry?
For a room,
Yeah.
8 silver.
Oh, also, actually, maybe which we didn't actually talk about the crew. I'll tell him we'll speak in the morning, early in the morning. I'll say, we'll speak about the job. Whether Nettles wants to speak about the job with him or not, as he's saying. But
I don't. Nettles doesn't know about the job yet. I wasn't present at the
it's
meeting.
Wolfsbane, or if Wolfsbane wants to talk about the job, she's free too. But yes, otherwise we'll leave it for the morning.
I'll take a look around the room and see the state that all the crew are in. Nettle, I'll see him in the corner as well. I'll leave it until the morning.
Yeah.
I'll as well. I've just had a game of chess with Princess, and I'll let her whoop me.
Nice.
You can see, even though that you guys are using the chest that's provided by the inn, she has substituted the 2 pieces that Uncle has carved for the ones on that board.
Cute.
Cool. So yeah, everyone has a nice sleep. Uncle, something sort of enters your mind this night, and it's not something that you've experienced for a long time, but now having, being back on a boat for the first time in a considerable time, you find yourself a little restless. You find your dreams quickly turn to nightmares as soon as your head hits the pillow. No longer are you thinking of, sweet journeys with Funk back in the day, in the heyday of the company. You think of your dreams are plagued with images of you struggling for air deep underneath the waves of the ocean, so deep that you can't even see the surface. And as you're just about to run out of oxygen, you see a large eyelid open next to you. A good 20, 40, 80 foot wide. And this large, slitted iris stares at you, illuminating the ocean around you. And then you wake up.
Oh damn.
You're in your bed. You absolutely reek of salt water, but you are not wet at all.
Was it Levigus? Levigus, save me, Jesus Christ. Not to even say Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Christ.
Jesus Christ. And yeah, every time you go to sleep this night, you have very similar dreams, but nothing is all more drowning related.
Shit, okay. Historical.
Sleep on the ship by himself as well.
Yeah. I go in like bring Buttercup into my room.
Yeah. But yeah, in the morning, everyone wakes up. I would say most of the crew from these last few days are not exactly well rested. They've all had a little bit of a bender this last night, and when you're waiting there in the morning at the spot that you designated for the crew to meet up, and you find that there are trickles coming through, but the vast majority have not turned up. And at one point, Poet comes through with a handful of them. He said, Commander, I think I've been finding dregs of people all over town this morning. I think we went a little bit too far last night in terms of the crew reaching land. I know a lot of people here up until this point, they're not really used to the discipline that's expected of a mercenary company, so this is potentially an issue that we need to look at, maybe get some sort of master at arms on board, as it were. Get these folks trained. Currently they are not combat fit, so I don't think it would be a wise decision to lead them into any of our more mercenary inclined work until that issue is resolved.
Yeah. No, good thinking. I could train them myself, but I did have a bit too many roles at the moment. Might be a good thing for yourself, Poet, actually, if you are free today. Maybe just go about town and see if there's anyone who you could find like that. Yeah,
I mean, I could give it a go. Combat isn't really something that I pride myself on for these last couple of decades. I'll run it by Kindness, though. He's a little bit more battle inclined with the little bit I have seen of him at work. He did take down quite a few of the Cobalt Trout members before they did kidnap us back in Needleroof.
Yeah, so my character is like a battle master, so he would be like all types of fighting he'd be kind of into. So would he know like people in this region, maybe a fighting style or like certain like guilds or something, and maybe try to find someone. Just give him some
Make
pointers.
A history check.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you think about this region, and you've definitely passed through this land a few times before. You do know there are monster hunting guilds and fighters guilds in the capital areas, but that's a few days travel from where you currently are. They're in this Sandyport. You wouldn't. As I say, it's more of a merchant town than a fighters town. There are sell swords here, but they're looking for escort work. They're not looking to join up with the mercenary companies. They already have their own organizations with their respective loyalties.
So yeah, I'll have to know that, and actually I might just go and get Nettles, and we'll pick everyone up, go around town, find inns, and just gather everyone up.
Don't you worry, Commander. I can deal with that. If you guys have other business to take care of, it seems like you had a very important conversation last night, so I wouldn't want you to get behind schedule.
Yeah, so we've been asked to do a trial run to fight some orcs. We could be gone for a couple of days. I think maybe just before we head off, it is best I talk to the men before we go. So I will just help you round them up as quickly as we can.
Alright, if everyone would like to make a investigation check for me. Who's helping?
Me and Uncle, was it?
Yeah, I mean, 15 solid. It does take you like a good 20 minutes to scour through the town and through various alleys, and outside of brothels, you do find some of the men that have recently joined the company, and you roughly total the amount.
Yeah. So I just stand on the bow of the ship and have everyone kind of lined up with Nettles beside me, and just tell them that we've got our first.
Sorry, carry on, Ray.
Sorry, no worries. So we got our first mercenary work on the land. We're taking a crew to go and fight orcs. And I would like to have you with me, but none of you are prepared. So we're going to work on getting you trained. While you're here, take care of the ship. Do some labouring work if you can. Just keep yourselves busy. maybe try to get a few jobs in town, keep money flowing, and we'll try and put you in harm's way until you're all more well trained with a sword.
Literally none of them trained. Is it not like, can we not just ask for volunteers and explain?
Like there are like various levels of capability, but they're nowhere near like your level.
It's a waste of time bringing them to fight the orcs. They'll just be like kind of fodder just to get slaughtered.
You would imagine so. Like it's not a goblin. Like a layman could probably stand a chance against a goblin. It would still be like a threat to them. But when you come in on orc territory, these are like 6'5", muscle-bound, fucking barbarian type people. Like, and that like their entire culture is warfare. So I mean, you can bring them along, but you're right. Like you're pretty much just putting them there to get cut down.
Yeah.
At this point, Kindness, Puddle, and Poet will sort of divvy up the men into 3 teams of 10. Between them, and they'll each start, dividing labor between those teams. Puddles is kind of getting a sort of fishing team together. Obviously, Needlerough being a port town, there was a sizable community of fishermen there, and he will try and sustain some sort of income with these men via that. Poet is going to do a little bit more, traditional low tier protection work. Maybe just for merchants as they go around towns with lockboxes and stuff. Nothing that's like that poses a real threat. And with an escort of 10 men, you're relatively safe there. Because even 10 men against one, pickpocket, stand a good chance. And Kindness kind of gets together a few people who are decent enough hunters, and starts to bring them more in towards the brushy areas on the outside of Sandyport to get some archery training going.
Very cool. Yeah. Great work, everyone. That's a good idea. And just keep a few on board as guards as well, just to follow that way. Puddles will be managing that.
At this point, you see Treacle on the boat. He's like, "Don't worry, I've got it." And he's kind of holding up a ladle in the air.
Yeah. Nothing's gonna pass you, Treacle.
Nothing gets past Treacle.
Yeah.
And at this point, he says, "Commander, did you want me to get Buttercup out, or is she staying below decks? You travelling on foot this time round?" Just bear in mind we don't have a cart.
Yeah, we don't have a cart. Yeah, no. If you can keep Buttercup, just keep her fed and take her for a walk if you can.
Aye, aye.
We've no need for a cart just yet, so.
Absolutely. Right.
I say main team roll out like that.
Yeah, everyone strikes a pose.
Everyone transforms into vehicles.
Yeah. So there's a good 2 days roughly worth of travel until you get to the what did I say? The Grey Peaks.
The Grey Peaks.
Yeah. Which is the mountain range that's just northwest of Sandyport.
Before we go, I have enough rations myself. Does everyone else have?
Oh, I actually have 0, so I probably should have stocked up before we left.
Yeah, maybe just stock
rations.
Yeah, that's
Rations.
something that you
I'll
can
buy 10 for everyone. And how much would that take out of the guild vault?
10 for everyone, so that is 5 gold pieces per person. So that is 25 gold pieces.
Oh, sorry, I'm okay. Because I have 13, so I'm good.
Who's the 5th person with us?
I counted myself.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
I don't need any as well. I've got 16.
Okay, so just me and Holly then.
Just 10.
Just 10 gold.
How is it that some of you have no rations and other people have like 20?
Because I think one person would buy them
Yeah.
and then like not divvy them out as those. Yeah.
Yeah.
And just before I go, can I see? Just to the stalls, do I see a potion maker?
Potion makers are definitely a bit more of a concrete brick and mortar sort of business. Like if you have the, they need laboratories, like rooms to brew potions. They can't really do that in a stall. And typically the people who are potion sellers are wealthy, so they can afford that sort of premises. Unfortunately, you just based on your walk through this town the day before, it's unlikely that you will find a potion maker here.
Before we head out, I'm going to hand out we've got 4 potions of healing. So we're going to hand out 1 each
Oh, perfect.
to each of us. So I'll take them out, put them in your inventory.
Yeah.
Don't we have a alchemist now? Isn't Tulip the alchemist in the party? Could she
Kinda.
make something?
She's
sorry,
actually
what was that?
she's not an alchemist. She's a herbalist.
Sorry, herbalist.
Come on,
Potion of healing, Jordan. I gave 1 to each of us.
potion of healing. Oh, by the way, just as a heads up as well, the Sparkle's Ring of Protections in the guild bank might be worth giving to someone.
Yeah.
Good.
And also the Ring of Shared Suffering we should hand out.
Don't you
Right
and
now, I think
Wolfsbane?
Horns technically has one.
Yeah,
I
but
thought it was you and Wolfsbane, weren't it?
It was me who's got
Oh
one.
yeah, sorry, it's me. Yeah, me and Wolfsbane have them. And then,
oh, that's right.
what does the
'cause
Ring of Protection do?
it just
gives
increases
you
your
plus
AC
1
by
AC.
1.
You give that to Wolfsbane. She has the lowest AC. My AC is pretty high at the moment, so.
I think.
Yeah, but you generally are more. You or Scruff are going to be more in the melee.
Yeah, I think Scruff
They can hit.
actually has the lowest AC.
Oh, really?
I was
Yeah.
going to say mine's actually not that bad considering
Yeah.
I'm a cleric.
You're chilling in
Shield,
play, aren't you? So
You've got a shield, so yours is.
yeah, I think that's best on Scruff.
All right, Scruff. So just a bit of a token for you for joining us here. Something, just a bit of luck. Something to keep you in the battle.
Nice.
Would anyone like the Stone of Good Luck as well? So I currently hold that.
No, you keep that. Just as long as you remember to use
But
it.
like,
Good.
I have advantage against orcs.
Sweet.
On like say,
Oh, actually, Nettles, do you want to do this yourself? You just go in solo, sniping,
Yeah.
sniping 10 orcs.
I was going
No,
to say.
only have on wisdom checks.
Oh, just to kind of find them and all that. So cool.
Yeah, I'm very good at tracking.
Sweet.
Orcs
So yeah,
and
we're not
goblins.
worried about finding them. We have a rough location, so
Yeah,
that's all good.
but I can find the exact camp.
Oh wow, I didn't even
That's
realise that was a
amazing.
thing. Well,
Yeah.
there goes my my prep from yesterday. Cool. Okay. Yeah. So we'll start with that then. Like, obviously, it will be like a day's worth of travel going across the plains towards more of the Grey Peaks. But once you get a little bit closer, do you want to roll a survival for us to try and track them down to their exact
Yeah.
sort of hideout?
Would this be with advantage? Yeah, you have advantage on
Yeah. Apparently so.
survival.
Yeah.
Pretty
So
true.
yeah. So yeah, like you come across like what you would like a destroyed car on the road, and you look around, you can see this is very much something that is fairly recent, within the last 10 days or so. And orcs aren't too concerned with people tracking them, so you can see a giant rush through the mud of like these streaks that does gradually like taper off, so it's less distinguishable. But it's not anything that escapes your eagle-eyed investigation. Oh, but before I forget, can people subtract those rations from their inventory?
Was it what? Just one so far.
Sorry, 2. Just get out of the way. And as you guys are approaching, how are you doing this? Are you going just with... are you scouting Zach first, or is everyone going up towards this place together?
What do you think, Uncle? I think it's worth trying to get a view and to know we know what we're fighting.
Yeah.
But
so
I think
we'll
either
take-
either way we should try and surprise them. Orcs.
Yeah.
Orcs aren't
It's your
to be-
speciality, so we'll follow
Yeah.
you. So if you want us to hang back while you scout ahead.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find their camp.
Cool. Do you
Get a
want to
count on
make
the numbers?
a stealth check, please, with advantage?
Yeah.
Lovely. And then you would finally get to one of the... you'll be travelling through the Grey Peaks, to the Grey Peaks, and as they start to come across, you can see the area become a little bit more steppe-like. You see like stones jotted around the plains around you, and eventually you get to more of a little bit of a crag, I would say. And it's like gravel dirt. There's no real mud in this area. And as you're travelling a little bit up the peak, you do see this sort of area off to one side, which has a small palisade sort of encircling it, and you instantly are like, makes sense for these orcs to be in this area. And if you want to place yourself on the map,
Which side would I be coming from?
that's up to you.
In that case, I'm going to.
Just go through the front door. I'm sure that'll be that'll
No,
fine.
I'm going to. Hang on. Be like in this tree. Trying to get. So
Are
then I
you
can
climbing
get a
the tree?
view- That's the plan, so I can get
Okay.
a view over the.
Make a dexterity
It looks like
check.
I've got a little bit of a wall.
Or an acrobatics if you've got it. Yeah, that's the palisade.
Odd.
Yeah, so you unfortunately start off very well. However, when you just get about to the point where you start looking over and into the camp, you feel the branch break audibly and you begin to descend. This tree is about 15 foot high, so you're going to take 3 points of bludgeoning damage as you fall out of the tree with a large thunk. You can hear
Right.
a general sense of commotion within the camp as they hear this. What are you doing?
Trying to disappear at this point.
Okay, and how are you doing that?
Yeah. Just kind of falling back, I guess, and trying to find somewhere to hide.
Okay, yeah, and you quickly run off with your advantage in terms of head start. Could you make a stealth check for me? Advantage one.
Just normal.
Yeah.
Normal stealth, or do I still have advantage
No,
from my boots?
I'd say if you're running off to get a little bit of distance, because if you're not walking, it's going to be at disadvantage, so it'd be a flat roll. Yeah, and easily enough done. You do see several orcs. You count about 5 of them start to look around this area. And as they start to converse with each other, you sort of get the impression that they don't think whatever they heard was... It must have been an animal or something. As it's like, well, I thought I heard some big crack. And the other one was like, shut up, you maggot. It was obviously just a falling animal of some kind. The other one's like, yes, that makes sense. And then they all leave.
Yeah. And I'm wiping the sweat from my forehead at that point.
Don't worry, guys. I've got this. They're my favourite enemy type. You guys never see Nettle ever again. But yeah, and now as you give it, I'd say a good couple hours before, well, not a couple hours, but like an hour before you leave your little hidey hole that you found, which was like a little warren that you'd been sharing with a local badger, much to his distress. Eventually you crawl out of it. Then what is your move from here?
I think I'll give it another try, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I will sneak back in, try one more time.
Cool, make an
and then I'll
acrobatics
push my
roll.
luck. Oh, for fuck's sake. I got +4. Same thing.
Do you have inspiration by any chance? Just to...
Oh, yeah, I do.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Are you using it?
Yeah, I'll,
Okay.
scold myself for being an idiot.
Yeah.
And I'll make it one more.
Please.
Jesus Christ,
Yeah.
how am I that bad? I got +4.
Luckily that, climbing a tree isn't insanely difficult, so you do manage to catch yourself, and you're just like, what the fuck is wrong with me today? I've been on a fucking ship for way too long at this point. Like, you're just kind of swaying from side to side as you walk, because of your sea legs are just naturally, like, kicking in. But yeah, eventually you do get a better look on the area within the camp. Then you can see, like, a few of them sort of, sitting down, just talking shit by a fire. Orcs coming and going with some of these tents. How long are you staying there in this tree?
Probably till nightfall. I'll leave when it gets dark, and I'll just watch for as long as I can, see if there's any obvious habits or anything like that.
Make a stealth check for me, obviously with advantage. Yeah, and the orcs do not seem to get wind of your presence very close to their camp at all. And in that time, you see a good roughly 10 to 15 orcs, but some of them leave the camp, some of them are like returning from outbound, missions, as it were. Some of them carrying loot chests with them into some of the bigger tents. You can see this one here. This one here and this one here tend to be the tents that they kind of divvy up that those loot to.
Which one? Sorry, I didn't see the pings.
So the big tents.
Okay. And I take it there's no obvious sign of, or like, not necessarily not there, but there's no clear person who's like above the rest, barking orders or in like better armor or something to distinguish.
Make a perception check.
Thack and Quake from the others. Be a normal roll.
What's your passive?
15.
God, this is fucking classic Nettles right now. Outside of combat, it's just complete dog shit.
Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah.
Would you get advantage though, because they're your favorite enemy, and you're like.
Oh, you know what? I would say you get advantage actually from your position in the tree.
It only says, the actual definition says you have advantage on wisdom survival checks to track your favorite enemies, as well as intelligence checks to recall information about them. It doesn't say any other.
No, yeah, I will give you advantage because you have climbed in the tree though, so it's not like you're peering from across the field. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, you look around, you don't see any real clear signs of the orcs that you are seeing having any sort of, prestige within these clan. You do see that the bigger orcs, the more muscle-bound ones, tend to get more respect from their comrades, and you can see they're all genuinely, or generally, very incredibly muscle-toned, dark green skin, long tusks that kind of protrude from the bottom jaw. Most of them have shaved heads as well, and if they do have heads, it's almost in a sort of either Mohican dreaded style or very cut quite close to the scalp. From spending so much time here, though, throughout the day, you do get the idea that this tent here is where the big boss...
I can't see your pings if you are
I can't
doing the
see
circles.
That's so strange. What if I do this? Was it... Oh, do you know why? I think I'm doing
like GM only view.
Yeah, I think I've done it on the GM. Can you see that?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so that's the tent that you think the bosses are, kind of based in. You haven't seen any orc leave that tent though this day.
Yeah. Okay. And then when it gets dark, I'm gonna use that to slip away.
Cool. Make a
regroup with the party.
Another acrobatics for me as you leave the tree.
Do I get advantage or anything on this, or
no?
No.
Yeah, luckily that is just like VDC to climb out a tree.
The bare minimum to get out.
And
yeah, you'd have more success just burning the tree down. We used to.
Yeah. And fucking Nettle was like, "I'll be right back, guys," and he comes back a solid 6 hours later from his scouting trip, and you guys are like, "What the fuck? Where have you been?"
Yeah.
Is everything alright?
Yes, they've got quite a big camp set up there. And there's a good amount of orcs constantly coming and going, but there's 5 that are obviously have been pretty stationary.
Do you think we should take a few of them out as they leave? So follow them down the road, follow them down into the woods a bit. Just take out a few of them first.
Yeah,
and it's a bit easier.
Probably a good idea. We don't want to go, full charge into their camp with the others unaccounted for. I also haven't been able to spot anyone who obviously looks like a leader in there. There are some bigger orcs that are getting respect from others, but there's no one obviously matching, looking like Thack or Quake.
Yeah, and do you find a way into camp? Like a route we can sneak in just to get the surprise on them?
This here would be a... obviously the doorway, but I wouldn't recommend using that.
There's a gate with 2 with guards on either side. There's a pretty tall tree at the back that almost hangs over, but I wasn't having too much success with that tree, so maybe...
Yeah. I will clarify as well, these guys here, they're in like small watchtowers 15 feet up.
Yeah.
Something to bear in mind as well, just to further clarify on like the comings and goings. Like this is over the course of like hours, so like you saw some people come and go, but it's not like a continuous thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just don't want to get caught off guard.
Yeah.
There are people coming in behind us.
It's definitely good. I personally think it's a good idea to spend a day or 2 watching from a distance. If we can find like a vantage point on higher up on the mountain or something where we can watch the camp concealed for a day or 2, just to get a better idea of what's going on there before we go charging in.
We can take another day, and we do need to find another route in as well.
Yeah.
So, will we make camp where we are, or will we try to scout? Do you want to try and scout for another location?
We should probably try and find a location where we have, I guess, the higher ground where we can watch them and hope that they can't see us.
So, just to give a little bit more of description on like the surrounding as well. Like orcs, they might be a little bit, have a reputation for being a little bit thick, but they are martial-minded. This encampment is on like an outcrop that it would be the highest point that reasonably.
Yeah, there's no ridge to watch them.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you was trying to ascend the mountain, but I can tell you, well, you would know, you would know, Uncle, that you guys do not have the equipment for such a task. Like, if you get up the mountain, that's cool, but you would freeze to death very quickly.
Okay.
Can you go back, just do a quick scout, and just try to find a route in from the back, and we'll just attack tonight, maybe? Just do it while they're sleeping. What do you think?
If we're going the route... I mean, I agree, attack while they're sleeping. I think we should burn a few tents. I know it's like a generic response, but whilst they're sleeping, we can take out a couple before they even have a chance to get up and fight. And they're not, they're orcs, they're not people we want to give them a chance.
Yeah,
that's fucking racist.
Yeah, well, I'm really not a big fan of orcs, so I won't lose any sleep over burning them in theirs.
Yeah.
Bullsbane, how far away can you set things on fire?
Be about 10.
Do you need to be in the camp?
I can be 120 feet away. But what I will say to you is that I will have a little bit of time to prepare them spells.
Zach's just gone, we'll wait till he's back, but
I mean, theoretically,
Mm-hmm.
could you use... Would it have to be a certain type of arrow to use a arrow that's on fire?
I mean, you guys could try and, stitch something together, I suppose. There's nothing stopping you from trying.
some rags.
But as long as you tell me what that process would look like.
Yeah.
I can sacrifice a pair of pants.
So what did you have in mind?
Me, sorry.
Yeah.
Potentially seeing if Wolfsbane can do some local fire damage, and then Zach shoot the fire arrow at one of the tents.
So what would you be using to keep this lit?
Does anyone have any type of alcohol? I'm not sure if Uncle brought a flask of anything with him.
I've got some fine clothes on me. Could I potentially wrap them round? Would it need some oil or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. You definitely would need some sort of oil if this is something that you was
I
gonna
have
attempt.
10 torches. Is there no way I can pop one of them onto an arrow and fire it onto the top of one of the tents?
Torch is a pretty hefty thing.
Yeah, or throw them over the fence.
But
that would get the fire going pretty quick.
Jordan was saying soaking some sort of clothing in oil and then setting it on fire and shooting it over, just like sticking it on the end of an arrow.
Yeah, but I don't think we have the oil, do we?
Does anyone have a lamp?
No.
Well, the bit on the end of a torch is going to be an oil-soaked rag of some kind. Can we not essentially disassemble the torch and attach it around the head of an arrow?
Yeah, if you want to give that a sleight of hand check with the just make an intelligence if you don't have a sleight of hand proficiency. We'll see how that goes.
As well.
Yeah.
I mean, I have +4 on sleight of hand, which is better than my intelligence, but I don't have proficiency in sleight of hand. But
yeah, so it'd just be an intelligence then.
oh god, that was weird. But yeah, there you go. There's a nat 20 for you.
Yeah. So yeah, easily enough done. This isn't the first time. Obviously, someone who keeps recommending to set things on fire. This has
been the chance I wait for my whole life.
If there's one thing I know I can do well, it's make a fucking flame arrow.
With a maniacal grin on his face as he's unwrapping these torches.
Yeah. So yeah, if you want to destroy one torch for every arrow you concoct, And these won't do these aren't traditional arrows in the sense that when you fire them, you're going to do a lot of damage. But they are the sort that can,
but I'm
you know,
aiming for 10s. I've made 5.
Cool.
Just because whilst if we can get a few burning, they'll start panicking, and then, well, I guess that would give us the element of surprise, and while they're panicking with that, we then go in. Would that give us? Would we be able to surprise them, wouldn't we? Catch them off guard.
That would be the
I mean,
ideal-
I would be
ideal
surprised if I
time.
woke up and the fucking, you know, the local village was on fire, personally, but...
Yeah.
Is it worth us being close?
Yeah, I think you
Close-ish.
guys. I mean, it doesn't look like there's any way in. So, what I can do is if I get in, back in my tree, my trusty tree,
You sure?
and start.
Yeah.
While you guys hide off like somewhere outside, and then while they're burning and distracted, you guys can.
If you
charge in.
get up on the tree and just speak to me, see if you go up the tree again and see if there's a way, and we can try to make our way through maybe.
Yeah, I can't talk to you though while I'm in the tree.
I speak to him in his mind. I guess you can.
Yeah,
I can speak to
you
you
have to
without
be within like 30 foot of me though, don't you? So you have
30
to get
foot,
pretty
yeah.
close.
Yeah, but we'll be kind of sneaking like close enough by 30. Yeah, and we're coming in the back way, so.
Yeah, we're at least outside. How tall are these walls we're talking here? These little kind of.
Good, like, I'd say 10 foot. No, 15. I'd say 15 would be a reasonable size for these walls.
Okay, so they've got quite. I mean, yeah, they've been here for apparently decades. They've got quite a little camp going.
But anyway, I say we armor up and we attack tonight.
Yeah.
And do you have enough spells? Do you have the spells selected for fighting?
Yeah,
Spells?
yeah, I am. I'm good.
Spells?
I was, I'm just thinking as well, with the fire, I could actually brighten it to cause more panic as well.
How does that work? That sounds great.
Why are you just mentioning this now?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll just
Um,
use my distraction spell where he causes a distraction.
So there might be a few things that I could do that would help with distraction, like,
Tremors in the ground sounds fun.
or even create like shouting or something towards the opening, like the opposite side of where we're going to attack, to try and get them to move away from where we're going to try and slide over, if that's the plan.
That sounds great. Yeah.
But yeah, as far as spells are concerned, I'm ready to
You
go.
can make the fires look bigger than they are to give them a
Yeah.
chance to actually burn, to properly set in before.
I'd imagine it. Jack is
Yeah.
right. It doesn't actually cause any more damage. It's just brightening the look of them.
But
Yeah.
but if they panic and think the entire tent's ablaze rather than it's just a small little, easily
Yeah.
put out fire, it gives us a
Yeah.
chance for the fire to actually set in.
Just be careful on the range.
Yeah, I'd
Don't-
have to
don't
be
get
quite
too
close
close.
as well.
But I'm planning to do this one first, pretty close to the wall.
Yeah, but she has to see it, so she's
You'd
got...
have to be in the tree. Yeah, you'd have to get.
Yeah.
You guys would have to get. This is sketchy.
She's either got to be in the camp or in the tree.
I see.
Is it worth me getting
Maybe
in the
not
tree? I
then.
might give away our position.
If I aim for like the back of it, the fire should start. Well, we don't know what's in that tent, but
Okay, maybe scratch that.
yeah, we should stealth to this tree, I guess. Come up behind the camp and then work from there.
Cool, is everyone in accord then?
Yep.
Alright, let's get some stealth checks going, guys. This is where you get caught halfway up the hill and the whole plan just falls to
Yeah.
fucking...
Oh, that wasn't that
we
good a
get
roll.
advantage with Nettles showing us because he's been here before.
You wouldn't get advantage from Nettles showing you, but it is the middle of the night, so I'm happy to say you would have advantage from going under the cover of darkness.
Oh, 12.
Okay.
I did it
No.
20 at first. Just
Yeah, so, you know, and one for Bertram, please, Zach. If he's coming.
Yeah, that would just be a dex roll for him, wouldn't it? With
Yes.
plus 4, I think.
what a stealthy bear.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Wow, yeah.
He sneaks into the camp.
He's better than everyone else.
Yeah. You guys like, where's Bertram? And he's literally like 5 foot from your,
Yeah.
5 inches from your face. But yeah, you guys make it up, make the ascent of this hill very quietly. This isn't the first time you've done this sort of thing. It's always interesting how you guys are more like well inclined towards assassination and sneaking around and stealing stuff than it is like actual warfare. But yeah, this is you quickly find yourself in the next to the camp, having been spotted by the sentries. Well, actually, let me roll. No,
while
you
you're
haven't
doing
been
that-
spotted.
Sorry. Can I cast aid before we do anything else?
Yeah, put that in the chat for us.
To help me climb trees.
Nothing can help you
Yeah.
with that.
Cool. So how does this look?
I don't need to actually touch, do I? But I will. I'll go up to each person and just tap them on the shoulder to sort of select who I'm going to cast aid on.
There's a bit of a tingle. Ooh.
So, are you doing this at first level, I assume?
Second level.
Okay, so that's 10 hit points that everyone gets in there.
So it's up the tree. So who? You can't pick yourself, can you? Are you giving it to the tree?
I'll give it to you three though, because I'm going to hang back more rather than be in the firing line.
Nice. So that's an extra.
No
10
pun
as well.
intended. But yeah, you guys, if you guys want to drag yourself on the board now.
That should be there. Yeah. That's
Nice.
class spell actually. That's well needed for us. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. If only you had that when Sparkles was still with the group.
Yeah.
I did have it, but I just didn't use it.
If I get someone to give me like a boost, does that give me advantage in my acrobatics check to climb the tree?
Yeah, I'd allow it. So yeah, Bertram would come up and just kind of like allow you to stand on his head and stand on his hind legs, kind of like Baloo in fucking Jungle
Really
Book.
worried about the tree. There you go.
Okay, I nailed it this time.
Yeah. Could
No
you
struggles.
You bring everyone, sneak up all the way here, then fall up the tree for a third time. But yeah, you come up in the tree and you see again the similar sight of like orcs shooting the shit around the fireplace. They seem to be eating like very burnt meat off large, comically large bones. Think like almost like in cavemen comics. With, like it's just like a fire bone with a big slab of meat in the middle. And one of them, once again, goes into the tent closest to you, Zach, the one that you're planning to burn, and you see him carrying like a large chest as he walks in there.
Can I just like speak to him as well? Actually, it's like I'm just gonna have a look first before you set anything on fire.
Yeah, I can have a look from up here as well to see if there's any
So I just want to see. Can I see
weak spots in the wall.
from where I am? Do I see any weakness in the wall?
Make an investigation for me as you like spend what 10-15 minutes doing this, or
Yeah. So
Try to do the same, trying to spot one from up high.
yeah, make a perception for me with advantage. So yeah, unfortunately for you, Uncle, you're going around the perimeter, and this is quite a well-made little palisade. Like orcs, as I say, they're not incredibly bright creatures, but they do combat well with the small amount of resources. They do military well with a smaller amount of resources at their disposal, and you'd be able to tell the same thing, Nettle. I'd say with you, you can tell there's probably like you could probably get through it, but with staying quiet, it's not that sort of material that is very silently broken, if that makes sense.
And to climb it, would we be able to climb it?
You potentially, it'd be very difficult.
Could I throw a rope over on one of the spikes? It seems spiky. So could I like throw a rope up and then just like climb over and then hop down silently? Is my plan.
Yeah, I mean you could try, but it's gonna, you're gonna be lassoing one of these spikes, and that is the sort of thing that potentially might be noticed when you attempt it. But yeah, you're definitely able to try.
Yeah, no, I think I'll go for that so that we don't see any other way in. So I have a rope. So I'm just silk rope.
Yeah, if you
Don't
want
do
to
it just yet though,
Second, sorry.
in case they spot. Don't do it just yet in case they spot the rope going over the side before we've even started.
So I
Okay.
just had the rope. I have a shield in one hand. Sword is in my holster, but then I have the rope ready to go, tied up. And
Cool.
Right
Just be
leg,
aware,
right.
like if you're going to be climbing a rope, you're going to need both hands.
okay.
So you're going to need to, obviously put the shield back so
How-
you can climb up.
Clearly, can these guards and anyone see like really tight to the gate? So like if say they were to walk around this way like that, really tight to the outside of the fence, would
Yeah.
they be spotted?
No, because
Or
it's
would
like
they not?
it's 15 foot high. But I mean,
Yeah.
obviously they're actively looking in, as opposed to the people inside who are just kind of chilling out. So they would be more likely to spot something if they were something like happened. Like yeah.
Would it need to be like a pretty significant stealth roll to get round there? and not be spotted?
It would be at your stealth check against their perception check.
Oh, okay. Basically, just whoever rolls higher.
Yeah.
Okay, so not worth moving yet. So I guess I'll fire at one of these tents then.
Yeah. I say everyone else
Fire.
if we're ready to go.
Cool. Is
On your
anyone
order.
else? Anyone else doing something in the meantime? So Zach's going to fire at the tent. You're going to throw a rope over. While try and lasso it. Scruff and Wolfsbane, what's your plan?
Stand here and look pretty.
I'm planning
Well,
for like
wait for my
the
orders.
to come behind me as well is what I'm hoping. Not just gonna be me in the orc camp or myself. So
Cool. If you'd like to fire the arrow, then Zach, just make a long bow.
I'm going to fire at this one first. It's got smoke coming out of it, so it might, play off as more like an accident. And I feel like there's people inside here, so they'll hear and react quicker than this one.
Yep. Okay. If you would like to fire your arrow,
With normal or with advantage?
just normal. Unfortunately, the tent isn't an orc.
I'm a bit
Oh,
nervous here.
Yep.
nice.
Oh,
Yeah, and easily enough. Like you see the arrow sink in, like quite low as well, to the opposite side where there's not a lot of activity to orcs, and it very slowly starts to like spread out. Are you throwing your rope at the same time, Uncle?
Maybe you wait like a
Yeah,
little
gonna
while
wait
for the
for the
fires to start
distraction,
kicking in and
yeah.
then to panic.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, a couple minutes go by, and like the fire eventually gets noticed by the occupants of the tent. You can see, you see an orc run out, like, guys, my fucking tent's on fire! And then the guys all stand up in the center of the camp and start running over, trying to put it out. To their dismay, it's at this point now that it's almost wildfire. They're really struggling to put it out simply because the guy was asleep in there and it went on for a little bit too long.
Is it likely to spread to other tents by itself, or are they positioned far enough apart that it won't really spread?
Yeah, it's not the sort of thing that they'd at least have to be touching.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's up to you guys. Now's a good time to go in. Like the guards are probably distracted on the watchtower, so you could probably sneak round.
Yeah. So I'll go and try to throw my lasso.
Cool.
I
Make
can help us by casting darkness if we wanted to get round.
Oh, what's that? That sounds important. That sounds really useful. So could you put in the chat? What was it?
This would be all right with us walking in it, right? I know.
like the thing with darkness is it's not like it's not like you guys just kind of sneak in. It's like a Vanta black orb appears.
So it'd be quite obvious then.
Yeah, like a dome, a complete black dome that you can't see through appears.
Never mind. I can't help us with darkness.
Well, so I think like the main gate, because there's now this big blaze, which is going to make it even harder to see relatively the dark outside of the camp where there's no natural light, or there's very low light levels compared to here where there's a big blaze. So and the guards are probably a bit distracted looking at it, so you should be able to sneak in just through the main gate pretty easily, get attacks, right?
Uncle,
Is
could
it
I get
worth going
a
around
dex, please, as you attempt to lasso this escape? Yeah. Unfortunately, you do not manage to snag one of the little bits of ivory that are poking through the top of the palisade. From now, we'll go in initiative order. So if everyone could roll an initiative for me, please. As everything is beginning to kick off. Oh, I put on the
Music choice.
tavern. Yeah, I put on the wrong playlist.
It was so tense.
Yeah. Everything's kicking off. Dun, dun, dun.
I got sad there. I thought I rolled a 24. No, I looked and it was on Uncle's token.
Cool. Okay. So yeah, if you want to go again, Ray, we'll start from you. Yeah. So this
Do
time
we
easily
have?
enough.
Sorry, do we have? Are we caught them by surprise? Do we get like advantage on our first attacks or not?
So your surprise round would have been. Yes, I guess. Yeah, I think in this round, if you was going to attack someone, you'd get advantage. But this would be the end of the surprise round after this.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, so Ray, you easily enough throw your rope, lasso one of these little bits of ivory, and make yourself a little climbing rope.
Yeah, and can I just climb over it and hop over to the other side?
Yeah, absolutely. Like if you get to the top, because it would be climbing, it would be half your movement, which I believe is 15 foot.
Yeah.
So you'd be able to get to the top of the palisade, and you can drop down the other side, but you'll obviously take a d6 of falling damage.
I'll take that, I think.
Cool. Yep. So you drop down, and you will take 2 bludgeoning damage as you fall onto the other side. And that's the end of your turn, or are you doing anything else?
So I just have a sword in my hand at the moment, or I can take out. Actually, I don't have anything in my hands at the moment. I can take out anything.
Yeah, you can take out. You can take out a sword or something.
I might take out my crossbow and go
Cool.
for a shot.
Okay. Make an attack with advantage. Yep, that hits.
And
Cool.
Nice.
Yeah, so this bolt fires from your crossbow, nailing this orc between the eyes. He, weirdly enough, is still alive, and he seems to, his head snaps back and he comes forward, and you can see this bolt clearly embedded in his skull. However, it's a lot less deep than you would expect. This guy obviously having some sort of thick forehead protection, but he's very badly damaged. But he kind of looks at you quizzically in your direction.
Can I action surge just take out my sword and shield?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you can action surge and take out your shield. You wouldn't be able to take out your sword.
Oh yeah, okay. Then I'll have my shield out for the moment. Yeah.
Yep. Cool. Nestle, it's you.
Sorry, just because I don't fully understand how surprise works.
Yeah.
So with the way, so if we have surprise here, do we all basically get like 2 turns before the orcs get to attack? Like, so you have the surprise round, and then after Wolfsbane, it would skip their turn essentially, or is that not how it works?
Effectively, no. You've got the gist of it.
Okay. I'm going to. No, do I have vision on these guys, or are they kind of blocked from where I am?
Let's see. No, yeah, I think it's feasible to say you have a good.
Yeah, so I'll shoot at this guy then. He's just come out.
Roll to advantage. Yeah, and that hits. Cool. And again, like the arrow pierces him. You can actually hear his lung collapse. An audible gargle comes out up his throat as a little bit of blood spits onto his friend who's standing next to him, but he is still standing. Is that the end of your turn?
No, I'm going to have Bertram move.
Okay.
What does dash count as?
An action.
So I can't. He can move to there. Oh.
Can Bertram climb? He's like.
Oh yeah, he can. He can. Let's have a look.
He could scale the wall with dash. Maybe.
He can climb 40 foot. So can I roll for Bertram try and climb the fence?
You don't need to roll. He's got a climbing speed, so he can just get up there.
So he just jumps over there next to.
Did you ever play Shadow of War?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's like a warg, and he did the climbs, and they jump up like.
Oh, what are they called? Craxicles or something.
Oh, Gargor, sorry, that's it.
Yeah.
So that's 25 foot of movement so far. He's got 15 more.
Gargors.
Head down to there.
And Uncle feels better seeing him.
Yeah. Cool.
And that will be my turn, yeah.
That is now you, Wolfsbane.
I think you skipped me.
I was gonna
Oh,
say,
sorry, that's my bad. Yeah, I changed your turn and then fucking instantly was like, fucking, go Zach.
Is this the part where the rope was?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
So it's 15, like half your movement, so I'd be able to jump there and then jump off to there, right?
Yes.
Oh, should I do? Yeah.
We'll do that then. Do I take full damage?
Yes, you do. You take 1 full damage. Ugh.
Damn it. And then I'll use an action to use my holy relic to turn it into a sword.
Into a sword?
Sorry, not a sword, a glaive.
I was about to say, can you turn this into like whatever weapon you need at the time?
I was like, what the fuck?
Changed his build overnight.
Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Cool. It's now you, Wolfsbane.
I will cast. I can see them all, can I? The orcs.
Are you in the tree?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm in the tree.
Because
No, she was just stood at the base, wasn't she?
yeah,
Oh, I
'cause
just
I don't
stood
think
up.
mine
yeah,
did,
because if you was in the tree, you would have had to have made some dex checks to see if you got there silently, which would kind of alter this current situation if you were to fail. So we'll just say you was at the base of the tree, which unfortunately means you wouldn't be able to see. That being said, though, there is the rope on the, still hanging from the palisade that Uncle got up there.
Okay. I'll climb up, but I won't jump over. I'll just climb up to the top of the wall.
Yep.
And that'll just be my movement.
Cool. Yeah. So I think you'd be half up the wall, unfortunately, because your full movement wouldn't allow you to actually reach the top of it this turn.
Okay. I'll get halfway up for now then.
Cool.
Did you dash to like move more up it or anything like that?
Oh yeah, good dash. Yeah.
Can I do that?
Yeah, you can dash.
But
Oh,
that
dash.
doubles your movement, but you can't do anything else then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not doing anything else. So yeah, I'll dash to the top of the.
Cool. And you dropping down.
No, I'll stay at the top.
Okay, yep. So you're at the top of the palisade, so you'll be able to see everyone. And it is now your turn again, Uncle, as the orcs are still kind of flabbergasted, trying to find out what's going on, why people are dying, and why there's a fucking fire in Jim's tent.
Yeah, so I'm going to move again over
Yeah.
here just to the right, just so I have a direct line for the orc I shot. And
Yep.
I'm going to go again, but just aim for his neck this time.
Yeah, go for
Sorry,
it.
that's advantage.
Yeah, I will say he's probably in half cover there, just because that does cross over the tent.
Okay. Well, I only rolled a 13 anyway, so.
Yep, no, that hits.
Oh, does it? Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
They're literally wearing like fucking leather pants, and that's it.
There's big walls. Of
Yeah.
them. And then I'm going to just shoot 8.
Yep. How do you want to do this?
So yeah, I see the one first go into his forehead, and he just kind of shakes it off nearly. So I just go for a second one, straight into the throat, and knocks him down.
Yep.
And then if my free action, I'll just I think I'll take up my sword. So put back my thing and just have my sword ready to go.
Cool. It is now your turn, Nettle.
I'm going to shoot the same one I shot last time.
Oh,
This
something to bear in mind, Ray. Oh no, never mind. Ignore me. Wait, no, it would because you have your shield out. You wouldn't be able to fire with your crossbow because it's two-handed.
Okay, yeah. Well, is it? No, the light crossbow is one-handed, isn't it?
No, hand crossbow is one-handed. Light crossbow is still two-handed.
Oh,
It
so I use
actually
my
says in the property, yeah.
What is
But
it?
what we can
Oh,
say,
right.
what we can say is that you used your action surge this turn instead. So you got the 2 shots off, then you took your shield out and your sword.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Cool.
Yep. Perfect.
Nettle.
Yes, so I'll shoot this guy here again.
Yep, go for it. Yeah, I mean, you don't even
I
have
don't
to
know
roll
why.
dice.
I didn't roll. I shouldn't have rolled that with advantage though, should I?
No. But yeah, I mean...
Just 11.
Oh, it's just an 11. Oh, wow. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that misses.
Does it miss?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
God, that
And
sucks.
then, Bertram is going to move to here.
Yep.
You want to bring that? Yeah. I was
Yep.
gonna say. And then he's going to charge this guy. This one here.
Cool. What's the roll again?
You need to make he needs to succeed a strength saving throw against my spell save DC. Let me see if I hit as well.
He succeeds. So Bertram comes at him, and like some sort of Siberian wrestler.
Oh god, Bertram
Wow.
crits though.
Yeah. He manages to stop the bear from tackling him as he gets viciously mauled by this attack.
What does crit do?
It doubles the amount of damage dice you have.
So I roll. So because it's charge, I'd roll 2 d8s and 2 d6s, or just 1 d6 for the charge damage.
Let me have a quick look at.
Or just base damage.
So. No, yeah, you do both. So yeah, roll. Click on the mole to do that, and then do an additional 2 d6.
So
But it doesn't matter. He's dead.
I mean, yeah. So he's just been absolutely slaughtered by Bertram.
Yeah, you fucking. Like, how does this look actually?
Yeah,
That's
Bertram just comes
vicious.
flying out of the bushes and like just jumps on him and crashes his skull in his jaw
Yep.
before he even has time to realise what's coming on.
It's now you, Scruff.
Can I like move round this way?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Actually, that way would probably be better. Would that be alright to move there?
Yep, that's fine.
So I'll move there then. Do I see anything into the building at this point?
You
Or
do.
would I be like,
You see, 2 heads turn to look at you, and you quickly realise that this must be Thack and Quake. And then those 2 heads sort of raise up, and you can see, as they stand up, he towers a good 20 foot tall into the sky.
God.
He's like a 1-story building.
Yeah. And both of
His
them
head
kind of,
pops out on the top of the tent.
they both quizzically look at each other, and then back to you, and you can see in one hand he has a 2-handed great axe, and in the other a 2-handed fucking warhammer, but he's wielding them both. Sorry, a morning star, but he's wielding them both like they are one-handed weapons.
in that case then, I do not want to get beat the shit out of, so I'm going to move closer to this one.
But you will get an attack of opportunity.
Never mind.
Oh, but he was looking in like the tent. Would have been that'd be over 5 foot though, would it?
No. Like next to him, like that is 5 foot.
Okay.
That's fine. I'm going to cast Hexblade's Curse on the big fucker.
Yep.
So Hexblade's Cruise.
Then
Yeah.
fucking brilliant.
That's just his accent in his
then-
writing.
I'm going to cast Darkness on myself.
Okay.
So
Where
there'll be
is?
a disadvantage? It's going to be pointed on my glaive, so if I move, it moves with it.
I don't think darkness moves with you.
It does if you cast it on something. So if the point you choose is an object you are holding or one
Oh,
that
yeah.
isn't being worn, you can carry it with you.
No. It says there. If the point you choose is an object is on an object you are holding or one that isn't being worn or carried. Oh, okay. No, yeah, that doesn't make sense.
So
Just
you
be aware.
cast on your sword or something instead of yourself.
Just be aware, Jordan. Now you can't see, so he's going to get attacked with advantage, which is going to cancel out his disadvantage.
I have Devil's Sight, so I can see. I can see in darkness for 120 feet.
Put that in the
because
chat
it's
for us.
one of my packs. But
Nice,
he has
okay.
disadvantage against me, right?
No, that's cool. Yeah.
Cool.
Well,
That's
that's
sick.
actually smart.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
It would be funny if he just cast Darkness himself and can't
Yeah.
see. He blinds himself because he's so scared.
Guys, I'm fucked.
Yeah. Cool. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Nice. So aura, and it's 15 foot, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Try that. There we go. So that's your aura of darkness.
So,
It is now you, Wolfsbane.
I can't see the bosses, can I?
Literally, all you can see now is a giant wall of darkness that is at your eye level.
me about that.
I can't see anything.
Fucking Scruff has ran into the camp and just like deleted everything.
You have dark vision though, don't you? Does that not?
Dark vision doesn't
It's
pierce magical. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
So I need to.
The only
Get
reason
off.
Jordan can is because he's actually built this into his build that he can see through magical darkness, which is definitely a smart decision for sure.
Ideally, I'd be away from you guys, but
Yeah.
I didn't want to get beaten the shit out of this early on.
Yeah, I mean, it was respectable. I think most other people would have done something similar in that situation.
Sorry, it's 15 though, so shouldn't she?
Yeah, but she can't see anything through there. She has to go
it
around
won't
15
15
foot.
above, won't it?
Yeah, sorry.
So I can't see through it.
Yeah, so you're looking down into the camp, and it's all she can see now is a giant fucking black dome.
Can I ask for you to draw like a 15 by 15 foot square thing around Jordan that we can move with him, just so it's obvious where the...
No, can you not?
darkness
Can you not
starts
see
to
his aura?
I can see the aura.
I can't see an aura on him.
No.
Okay. Let me see if I. Ah, here we go. Can you see it now?
No.
Wait.
Nope.
How about now?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, perfect.
Wow, that's such quite
That's
a lot.
cool. That's very helpful.
You guys are very easily impressed.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just hear me chuckling in the middle of it.
Yeah. You can also hear the two heads chuckling as well. It's like a fucking Tom and Jerry episode in there. Cool.
Obviously getting louder as they try and outlaugh the other one.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck's sake. Okay, I'm gonna.
I feel bad for you, Holly, because every time you try and maneuver yourself into a position so you can see what's going on, something happens where it's just like, no, now I can't see anything.
I'm like, I'm trying to support you guys.
Yeah.
You're stopping me. I'm just gonna jump down off the wall now
Cool.
because I need to get round. So.
Yeah, you take 1 damage as you fall down.
Okay.
Insert Roblox damage sound here.
And then I can't get far enough to even see anyone.
You dash if you're not using anything, I suppose. But...
How far can I get? Sorry, I keep asking about this.
You can move 30 foot, or if you dash 60.
Okay.
Oh, you know what we did? I'll remember this now, but the Etin would go after you, Jordan. So I'll take his turn after Holly's turn, because we've already started it now.
Yeah, it's cool.
Okay. I'm gonna move to here, and that's it. I'm not gonna do anything else.
Cool. Etin is going to attempt to attack you twice, Jordan, with disadvantage. Good thing as well, because he got crits on both of those if they would have hit. Well, no, sorry. If they still hit, he would have got crits on both of them though if he didn't have disadvantage. So
Can I cast shield to try and dodge the others up?
okay, and that brings your AC to 21.
21. Yeah.
Okay. So one of them now misses, the other one still does hit.
Cool.
So you're going to take 20 points of damage as he hits this Morningstar straight into your chest. Can you please make a concentration check to see if your darkness stays up?
Constitution, isn't it?
Yeah. Unfortunately, your darkness fails, so now it is gone.
Damn it.
You also need to make a con save to make sure you don't take a grievous wound.
Nice.
You smashed that one.
That one followed by a nat 20.
Yeah. How much HP are you on now, Jordan?
13.
What was your...
I had 9 temporary health points still from Holly's aid.
I see. Okay. Yeah, cool. Okay. That was the Etin... Actually, you know... No, he will stay there for the time being. Because he's going to have to move past you, which you can't really do at the time. So there is now... the... Orc's turn.
There we go.
So... The one behind you, Jordan, is going to see you get smacked by Big Daddy Boss over there. And is going to come and run at you. You can see like he's almost frenzied at this point. And he's going to attack you with his Great Axe. 21 does hit. And you take another 9 points of piercing damage slashing damage. Sorry, as it comes down into your shoulder, cleaving it.
Good thing those temporary hit points would have helped, because
Yeah.
from Holly.
This orc's going to come up to you, Bertram, and he's going to attempt to do the same thing. Does a 15 hit Bertram? It does, doesn't it?
He has 15 AC.
Yes. So he takes 6 points of slashing damage as it sweeps at him with this large great axe. He almost flings it as if it was a single-handed weapon as well.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to click that again.
Look at this point, running out of these tents is another orc. He's going to run out. He is going to see Bertram, and he's going to run over there and attempt the same thing with advantage, of course. That hits, and he takes another 4 points of slashing damage. The two on the... sorry, bear with me. The two on the palisades are going to throw javelins, one at Bertram. Actually, what is the range? Yeah, both at Bertram, actually.
What? Poor Bertram.
Yeah, I mean, he did just maul their friend. And they're going to take... Oh, wow, I've actually been rolling the wrong hit dice. I've been rolling their javelins to the great axe. So you guys could have potentially been taking more damage, but we won't worry about it. And he takes another 12 damage, Bertram.
And Bertram dies.
And another orc is going to run out of this tent. Oh, fucking hell. Why? Oh, that's why. Of this tent here. And he is going to just make eye contact with Uncle over there, and he's going to charge towards him.
Yep.
Swinging at him with his great axe. What's your AC?
21.
21.
Mm.
You deftly raise up your shield and deflect this large incoming great axe when it scarpers off the side.
Nice.
And are you going to riposte?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I was going to riposte, so... 17.
Yeah, that hits. Whew,
7
nice.
plus 8.
Yeah, and this is how you do it. Shing!
Yeah.
So somehow you've taken like the full weight of this incredibly burly man as he swings his war axe down. And he just casually deflects off to the side and...
Nice.
It is now your turn.
So, let me think here. So, can I... Because I'm small, I can run through creature's legs. So, could I, like, run here?
You can move through his... You can't move through his space because it has to be a 2 size difference. So you could run through that Ettin's legs, the 2-headed guy, because he's 2 sizes larger. You unfortunately wouldn't be able to go through his space.
So then I'll just kill him. I'll just slash him.
Yeah.
So it's 25 to hit and 10 slashing.
Yep, that definitely hits, and he's definitely dead. How did you want to do this?
Yeah. So as he hits me with my sword, as I said, dodge it, slash back through his throat, and then I just went back again the other side, take off the head with a little jump, a little hop. And then I'm going to move just to here. I think that's as far as I can go.
Cool.
Let me just check. Yeah.
Nettle, it's you.
I will attack this guy.
Okay.
Wait, just a normal shot for now.
He would be difficult to aim. I'll say he's 3/4 cover because he's on the other side of that tent and palisade.
Okay. Do I have clear shots on these because they're up on the?
Yes.
They're 15 foot up as well. Okay. In that case, I will cast Zephyr Strike.
Cool.
Unpredictable, I know.
Yeah.
And I'll attack with advantage to this guy here.
Yep. It hits.
That's not great. And an extra.
That's decent though. As
12 damage to this guy.
As the arrow slings across the entire encampment, piercing him in his belly, you hear him give an audible groan as he looks at you, kind of readying a javelin. Scruff, it's you.
I'm just gonna go big dick. So I'm gonna use. Can I use my magic item multiple times?
Yes.
Fuck it then. I'm gonna use sacrifice 1 hit die to do an attack on the big guy with Hexblade's Curse on him.
Yep. Ooh, I don't think that hits, unfortunately. No, it doesn't.
I'll sacrifice another one. Try again.
Yep. Yeah, that hits. Phew. Yep. That does a lot of damage. You do like a fucking belly strike against him.
And
A
then
lot
I'll
of belly strikes,
sacrifice
though.
my last hit dice to have another go.
Yep, that hits. Nice. Yeah, he's definitely feeling the pain. So, what? Describe to us the actions you take here.
So you can see me kind of getting a bit, using a bit of my like endurance to kind of swing at him multiple times, but it seems to take quite a bit out of me.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to be a bit of a big pussy and use my what's it called?
Bonus action to action to disengage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
30 feet, is it?
Yeah.
Well, cool that you can use your hit dice and then still cheese it.
Yeah.
Like, Constitution definitely played a factor there. Could you imagine fucking Sparkles being hit by that same blow? Like, he would have died like 3 times over.
Yeah.
Oh, I should use my fucking bonus actually before I left, but no, that's fine. That's my turn done.
No, you can go for it.
It just would have been the end of my glaive before I'd have left.
Yeah, go for it.
You sure?
Yep. Yeah, it hits. Nice.
But yeah, that's me done.
God, that is fucking disgusting. 7
hits like a
damage
mace.
on the other side, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. It is now Big Boy's turn, and he's going to come out in a fucking rage. See you down below him, and he's just going to, you Uncle, and he's going to come at you with both his battle axe and his Morning Star, and you say, "Stupid small person, get out of here!" And the other one says, "Yes, quite right, get him, Bertnold." So, the first one doesn't hit, the second one does, so you're going to take... You take 19 points of piercing damage as this fucking the same Morning Star that nearly one-shot Jace comes down at you, just crashing onto your body below. Could I get a con save, please? As
I temporary hit points, or does it not matter? No.
Oh yes, it does, but not because they're temporary, but because they're maximum hit points, which is different. So you're correct. You don't need to make that roll.
Okay. And I'm going to just repost that one he missed.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's interesting that you can do that when he's got 2 attacks. So you get smashed by a Morning Star, and you like somehow like deflect it and get hit. Yeah, that hits.
The other one.
That's a
8 plus...
serious blow. So describe to us what happens there.
So he smashes me with one, and then he goes for another one maybe, and he misses, and I just as he misses, I just like jump off his sword and like just do like a Troy. Did you ever see that movie?
Yeah. Straight from the
kind of
nape.
stab.
Yeah,
and go straight through his forearm. So that's 15 to hit. Yeah.
And it is now you, Wolfsbane.
Sorry, I don't know if I caught this, but did Uncle take any damage in the end then?
He did, yes.
I took a good bit. Yeah. Well,
19 points.
19, yeah, which is a lot.
God, Nettle's fucking loving it that he doesn't actually have to get involved in like the physical side of things in combat anymore.
Yeah.
Like he can literally just sit in that tree doing like 20 damage every turn. Everyone else has
I
to...
would actually go in, but it's just like
What's the
it'd
point?
take like 2 or 3 turns to get in. It would just not be worth it right now.
Yeah.
As long as there's targets I can hit, it's just
Optimal
not
to
worth
stay
me
where you
trying
are.
to get in.
What are you doing, Holly?
I'm going to cast Healing Word on Uncle.
Okay, put that in the chat for us. Nice.
Thanks very much.
Wow, it almost brings a tear to my eye. I think that's the first time Holly's probably healed someone in combat.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be a better cleric.
Character
yeah,
development.
Yeah, that's all I can do for now.
You got an action still, if you want to do something, and you got movement.
Sacred flame, no? Burn things. Burn it all.
I can't use any of my
You
cantrips,
could use
can I?
cantrip,
Yep.
yeah, just not a spell.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Looks like I never played. Can I cast Chill Touch on the main boss?
Yeah, which one? No. Yeah. That hits. So... 2 necrotic damage. Nice.
And also...
So you just see this, like, ice hand grab the nape of this guy.
Pick him up.
Yeah.
His legs are flailing.
Yeah.
And it can't heal, can it?
No, exactly. Cool.
Oh, cool.
And it is now the goblins' turn, the orcs' turn, sorry. One of them is going to see you come out and start casting spells, Wolfsbane, and he's going to come over to you. He's going to roll to hit with his great axe. He fucking misses as you once more get your shield up just in time to deflect that. This one is going to come over to you, Uncle, and attack with advantage. Again, you're too quick, you're too dexterous for him, and he misses his attack as well. This one is going to come after you. Actually, can he do that? Yes, he can. As this guy does a small little fucking track and field over towards you, Jordan, and he's going to come at you with his great axe swinging from the side, and that's a natural one. As he gets up to you, looks into your eyes, and is scared at what he fucking sees. These guys with the javelin are going to look at you, Nettle. Let's see. Yeah, they're not going to have fun with this, but they're going to go for you. What's your AC? One of them got 2 nat 1s. What's your AC?
16.
16. No, he misses. They both miss. So you just see like 2 javelins like just go out the camp and not even come near you.
Yeah.
You can tell that they're struggling to. They're not javelins aren't made to fire at be thrown at this range. So they're just not. There's no accuracy involved at that stage. And I think that's. Oh no, there is one left. As the last orc comes out.
I was going to riposte his attack. I was just waiting for you to finish.
Yeah, go for it.
The one who missed me. Yeah.
Yep.
21.
Hits.
6.
Nice. God.
12.
You're like the most dangerous person that I've ever had in one of my campaigns to miss an attack against.
I don't. That's how I do all my damage. Just wait.
Yeah.
Wait for them to miss. So 12 to hit.
This one's gonna. Yeah, that hits, and obviously that does damage. This one's gonna come over here to trying to surround Wolfsbane. It's gonna attack her with advantage. Yeah, she misses as well. And now it is back to you, Uncle.
So with guy either side of him, Uncle is going to charge up. He's Pauldron of Lionheart, and he's going to do Thunder Wave. So let me just do that there. It's the Pauldron of Lion Hay. I'll fix that too. Sorry, and do Thunder Wave.
You wasn't joking about Uncle Kant reading.
Yeah.
I think in your spell tab you've got that spell, haven't you?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just missing it somehow.
There we go.
And I'm going to do...
just all his abilities.
Sorry. And I'm going to do it twice, so you get on a...
Well, you don't do it twice, you just do it at 2nd level, so it's an extra damage of die damage.
So 3d8s.
Yes, exactly. And the DC is, what did we say it was? 17? 13?
I think it was. I'm not too sure.
I think it would have been, because 17 is quite high, that's like very rare material. We'll say 13. We'll say that that's the DC. And it's everyone within 15 foot. Okay, so let's see. That gets him. That gets you as well, Holly, so you've got to roll it. Yeah, that's fucking... You're just on the outside of it, Jordan, so you don't have to worry about that. And same with you, Zach. So this one's going to be for the Etin. He makes it, strangely enough. No, he doesn't. He misses it because he's got a -1 to his dex. Right. So he gets fucked over there. The orc on the other side of you makes it, Ray. This one's for the one by Jordan. He fails it. And the one by you, Holly, makes it. So what is your roll, Holly? If you make a dex save for us, please. Con save, my bad. Oh, wait, con save. No, sorry, the Etin does make it. That's my bad.
That's it. Okay.
What am I doing? Sorry.
Make a constitution saving throw, because you hear a large roar come from the pauldron on Ray's shoulder. Unfortunately, you just fail it. Ray, could you add that DC to the item, please, just so we don't forget?
Yeah.
So
And
13.
I roll 3 d8s.
Yes, and you roll 3 d8. 16 damage. Wow, that was a good one.
Yeah.
So did you? So Holly, you get pushed 10 foot back as you are shocked by the shockwave. And everyone who succeeds takes half as much damage. So you take 16 damage and are pushed 10 foot against the wall. We'll just say there.
You take
Sorry, Holly.
8 damage, Holly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, thank Christ.
You just see Zach fly out the tree.
Yeah.
So I've got to move myself 10 feet.
Well, I did it for you.
Okay,
But
thank
yeah,
you.
yeah. You just get tossed to the side a little bit. Did the one on that came after you, Jordan, is dead as he just collapses to the ground. Almost, you see his body like shatter almost from the vibrations that just hit that correct frequency. This one, yeah, he's not looking good either. On the other side of you, Ray, and I think. So yeah, it's like that was a fucking good fucking move. So and just remember now, everyone, because Ray used that ability, now everyone gets advantage on their next attack.
If we up with that, that's awesome.
Yeah. But yeah, it's still your turn, Ray. If you wanted to do anything.
No, I think if I move, I'll die. So I'm just
Yeah.
and I don't have any action surge, so I'll just hold up my shield and get ready to dodge.
Yeah.
For the next thing.
What you do best. I swear you
Yeah.
actually do more attacks dodging and like slashing at people than you
Yeah.
do actually on your turn. Nettle, it's you.
I will fire again at this guy.
Yep.
Just before I do so, I shout nice throws, but in Orcish at them.
Yeah, nice.
Which they can only faintly hear because of the distance. They can just about make out what I shouted.
Yep. Roll tip.
With me.
I'm guessing 23. Oh, 25. No.
How do you want to do this?
Do I not? Is he low? Okay.
Yeah, like you shot him through the fucking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one goes straight through his throat and kind of impales him onto the wall behind him.
Nice. Is that the end of your turn?
But now, yeah.
Scruff, it's you.
I'm going to move there,
Yep.
and then attack the guy. So we get advantage on attacks.
You get advantage, but I would say he would have at least half cover because he's like standing in front of his tent.
Do you mind if I move around? So is that just normal?
No, half cover. He just adds his AC, but it's quite easy to hit, so it shouldn't be an issue really.
Sounds okay.
So you still get
Stay there
advantage.
then.
Yeah, that hits. God, that fucking
Alright.
damage roll. Yeah, he's looking a little bit worse for wear at this point. You can see a lot of cuts on the lower half of his body from like the various fucking slashes that you guys have dealt to him in the midst of this combat.
And then I'll use my bonus action to try and attack him with the end of it.
Can you do the bonus action? No, it's 5 foot, I'm afraid, with the bonus action. It's not 10 foot.
Oh, am I not 5 foot? I thought I just had to be one range from them.
No,
Because otherwise
so
I'll be standing.
yeah, if you're standing next to them, that is within 5 foot of someone.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, what does reach mean then? Because if my
So
You've got
reach
layers.
so reach is where you are, because that would be 10 foot to get here, so 2 squares. But if you're next to someone, that is a 5 foot range.
I think they're both meant to be. Oh, are they both meant to be 10 then? 'Cause-
Oh, I'm just going on what's the it says on
yeah,
your
because it
thing.
says 5 foot for the glade as
Yeah.
well. Because I thought 5 foot meant like bigger distance.
Let me quickly look it up on the feet
got,
because it's pole landmaster,
Olam
isn't it?
as well.
Okay.
Sorry to be a pain.
No, it's okay. It's good to get these sort of things sort of.
It doesn't say it has any less.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it doesn't really quantify that.
Also,
I would say,
John,
yeah,
with that,
I would say, I would honestly say it is the same because you're kind of just like swapping the weapon around, as little sense that does make, but you kind of like going up and then coming down, I guess. So yeah, no, that does hit.
Does that bottom paragraph mean that whenever an enemy moves towards Jordan, he gets an opportunity attack?
That does.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Yeah, Jordan's went away after Sparkles and made the sweatiest character I've seen outside of Dunn.
Yeah.
I know, he seems really Minaxi, actually.
Yeah.
Super Minaxi.
Okay, is that your turn?
That's me. I'll move one away with what little movement I have.
Yeah. Could you imagine if this guy had 10-foot reach? But he doesn't, so he's going to attack you instead, Jordan. He's going to get, Ray, and he's going to get advantage on these because you being flanked. The first one's a crit, so this is going to fucking hurt.
Yeah.
Okay, how much HP do you got, Ray?
24.
Yep, so you go down.
Yeah.
He does exactly 24 damage with the first hit. The second one, he's going to push his way through the tent, and he's going to come for you, John.
Did you say I have opportunity on that?
You do.
He's moved towards me.
Nice.
Yeah, that hits. Nice. And you can see he's very close to dying at this point. But he is going to swing at you. What's your AC?
Maybe 16.
It misses. As he goes wide, your attack kind of disrupting the momentum of his swing with the Morning Star that at once nearly broke all the bones in your body. Ray, could you actually make a con save as well? Just to see if you do take a grievous wound, because that would have counted as one.
Yeah.
Ooh.
1. I can
Okay.
roll again, though. Which is it's 1.
Sorry?
Is it lucky? I'm lucky, so can I roll again?
Yes, you can. You can, yeah. You are lucky.
19.
Thank God for that. And it is now you, Wolfsbane. You are prone currently, because you've been pushed over by this thunderwave, I think. Unless I'm mistaking that, and you've just been pushed back.
I think it's just pushed back. I don't think
It doesn't say prone.
Yeah. Yeah, just push 10 foot away from you, so you're literally like skidding across the floor.
Anime style.
Yeah.
I'm going to summon my spirit weapon right next to the boss.
Yep. Say here.
Yeah.
Cool. And does that hit?
Was it with advantage still because of the pauldrons?
it's the first attack, actually.
Yes, it's the first attack on your turn, yeah.
Okay. Shall I do it again?
Yes, you can. Unfortunately, that just misses.
Okay. I can't go again, can I? Although it's a bonus action, because that is the bonus action, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fucking hell. And all I can do now is move, isn't it?
And you can use your action to hit.
Okay, the one closest to the wall.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mace attack that one.
Cool. Hits. Give it a little, horny bonk. Bonk. And that is the end of your turn. Are you moving?
I'll get hit, won't I, if I move backwards?
Yes, you will.
I'll stay where I am.
Cool. It is now the orc's turn, and this one's going to position itself on the other side. Attack you. Misses. The other one misses both of them. Bro, I have the worst rolls when using melee attacks on Holly. I just rolled 4 dice and I didn't get the highest was a 10. This one is gonna come over. You're alive, aren't you, John? Yes, you are. So this one's gonna run over to you on the verge of life and just throw everything at a last Hail Mary swing. It hits. You take 12 damage. What is your hit point maximum currently?
I was at full health. My maximum,
Yeah.
24.
Is that with the spell Holycast?
No, but I used that all at the first.
I know, but the spell Holycast actually prevents grievous wounds from happening because it doesn't give you temporary hit points. It increases your hit point maximum. So so that means you don't take a grievous wound here because of that spell, but you do go down. This one is that's having a pissing contest with Zach. Is going to throw another javelin. It misses, surprisingly, and you can just kind of see him shouting like a fucking monkey on the other side, raising his javelin up in the air and squatting. And I think that's all of them. Would you please give us a thought or a memory that goes through Uncle's brain as he falls to the ground unconscious?
I should have a few of these prepared because that happens a lot.
Yeah.
He is. How did I die? A big, massive thing hit me. Oh, I was helping my family in move some stuff around. They wanted to move a bed and a wardrobe in.
Yeah.
Into a room, and there was a bit of an accident and it fell.
Yeah.
And that's what.
like in the cartoons, you stepped on a rake and.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's his memory.
It is now you, Nettle.
Right. Question for you.
Yes.
Is there any realistic chance of me being able to use my rope to tie it onto it and swing in?
Yes, but it's going to be a acrobatics check. Yes, it's going to be a sleight of hand intelligence check, so just a straight intelligence for you, and then a acrobatics check. Fucking Tarzan motherfucker over here.
Yeah, you're pretty useful where you are as well, though. Well.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if I can get in and get to you. I can cast Cure Wounds. But...
Okay. Yeah.
All right, I'll cast.
Uncle's like, yeah, you've convinced me.
Yeah.
No, I'll play it safe. I will cast Hail of Thorns.
Nice.
Aim at the big guy.
Okay, roll to hit. Zach, how do you want to do this?
I killed him.
Yep. Yes, you did.
I am.
It's always satisfying when a big token gets taken off the map.
Yeah.
Like, look at all this space.
It's hard to do anything crazy with an arrow, but it'll just be in the back of. I will be side on, goes through one of the skulls, and then
you pierce them both.
Takes both brains in one shot. Yeah.
Both Quake and Fack are down, and you see a small bit where he kind of stands and sways, and then he just falls backwards, killing Ray. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, but he just falls over.
And then this guy was within.
Oh
5
yes, of course.
So he needs to make a dex save.
And the other guy was as well, I'd say.
Who's the other guy?
Oh no, sorry. I've got 2 tokens that are dead, but because they're stacked on top of each other, they're transparent, but it looks like they're still on the board. The guy made a dex save of 17, so he makes half damage. Yeah.
He takes half damage. Yeah. So he takes 1 damage.
How do you want to do this?
One thorn makes it out and hits him. It's just enough to kill him.
Do you know what that? I don't know why, but that reminds me of the fucking extra fucking Legolas Mama kill scene.
Yeah.
He takes out the big one and all the guys on him. But yeah, that was a fucking.
Clutch. Yeah, he's not hit by the actual spell. He's just crushed by the Ettin's collapsing corpse.
Yeah, Nettle, best archer alive.
Yeah.
Okay, Scruff, do you want to give us a thought that passes through your mind as you consciousness slips?
Yeah, he kind of sees the holy symbol that he's carrying, but behind it is misty darkness, and he hears screams of a woman.
Holly, it is your turn.
I'm gonna cast Healing Word on.
It's very nice seeing as you're surrounded by orcs.
Yeah.
Just focus on the thing.
So yeah, you have 3 HP.
Nice.
And then I'm gonna move my spirit weapon next to the orc and then hit at him.
Right, I will say you rolled a nat 1 on your first death saving throw as well, so that is very clutch.
What does
that
nat
mean
1 do on a death saving throw?
That's 2 failed saves.
Oh shit, so he could have died.
Yeah,
I've almost died twice. It's like really, really close.
Yeah.
Like, goddamn.
Who are you hitting, sorry, with that, Holly?
The one closest to the wall in front of me. That one.
I don't think it can reach over. Can it go 15 foot or 10 foot? I keep forgetting.
20.
Yeah, I'll
I
shut it
can
down.
move it 20
20,
feet
cool.
and then attack.
Unfortunately, that does miss.
No.
Well, that is shit.
Thank you, though. I'm alive now, so.
Yeah, I'll throw roses on your at your wedding, at your funeral. Cool. It is now the both the orc's turn, and they go attack with advantage. Again, didn't roll higher than a 10. They all miss. It is now you, Uncle, as you come back to consciousness, barely alive. You can feel your chest is a little bit fucked. Not quite a grievous wound, but
Yeah, it was close.
Yeah.
So I just get up and I just grab my sword and shield and run straight over to here.
Yep.
I think that's all I can do. I don't think I have any bonus action or anything.
Can you get all the way over there?
Yeah. Should have been.
Well,
What's rough?
you've got 25 foot of movement, right?
Yeah.
And you were prone because you fell unconscious, so you only have half your movement.
So I'll get just.
So you'd get like here, or if you can see that.
Oh yeah, one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just be there. So yeah.
Cool. Nettle, it's you. Oh wait, I didn't throw the javelin at you. Let me try that. He misses.
Right, I'm going to do my rope swinging move. I'm going to try and get to Scruff. I'm going for it.
Okay.
What do I need to do? I need to make an intelligence check.
Make an intelligence roll for me.
Intelligence roll, sorry.
Yes, just straight intelligence. Okay, good. That means you can tie a knot, so you're not going to swing like fucking directly into the wall.
Yeah.
Okay. Now make an acrobatics check to try and get over this wall. Yeah, somehow you're fucking. You know, this isn't the first time he's done this. As the impromptu Tarzan swings him directly in there.
You
Amazing,
have
absolutely
20%
amazing.
movement though, still, don't you?
Yeah, he's still got his movement.
Yeah, so I'll run over to Scruff and cast Cure Wounds.
Is that an action or a bonus?
Action.
That you would have to do that next turn then, because your action would have been tying that rope.
In that case, oh wait, I don't have an action. Yeah, all right. I'll just get to. Wait, can I do anything without a spell to help Scruff by being next to him?
You can try. No, because you used your action, unfortunately. You can also use an action to do a medicine check to try and stabilize him, but again, that would still use your action.
Can I use is a bonus action to use a potion of healing on him?
Potion of healings, unfortunately, are also an action, but that's something that we can look at because a lot of people think drinking a potion's a lot of, the action economy isn't great. Like, why isn't it an action to use a potion? If it makes sense, like you're just drinking it. But that's something we'll revisit later.
Okay. Yeah, then in that case, I just stand there proudly. My incredible feat.
I can save you.
Yeah. Like,
later.
I didn't expect to succeed that, so I'm kind of just here like, oh my god.
Yeah. Cool. It is now Holly, your turn.
Okay. I'm going to mace attack this one.
Yep, go for it.
Yeah.
That hits.
Nice.
I love it how you actually called it just straight up mace attack. Yeah, that does. Describe to us what happens there as you swing around with your mace.
I'll turn around because I was facing the other way, and I'll just get it in the side of the head and knock it out.
No, he's not dead.
Okay,
Just just like the Ray thing. Like, surprisingly, the head is not the weak point. So you swing at his head, and your mace just kind of sticks there, and it just sort of pisses him off. And he's now going to retaliate. and let's see if he can hit you for the fucking third time in a row. No, he rolled a 6 and a 3 with advantage. The other one's gonna. Oh wait, you got a bonus action with your spiritual weapon.
Yes.
Yeah, that hits. Nice. And yeah, this guy, both are both looking rough. I don't know how you've been like, double surrounded by these orcs, and yet somehow you're slowly winning, even though they are a lot stronger than you in terms of actual pure damage. This last one is can no longer see Nettle, so he's actually going to throw a javelin over at you, Ray. And he misses. This guy actually doesn't have arms. Like, he just... he's been throwing them with his fucking feet this entire time. It's now your turn, though.
Yeah, so I'm going to run over here to this one, and I'm going to do a trip attack. So I'm
Wait, did I? No, sorry. Sorry, my bad. I didn't attack with the other one on fucking Holly. And this one a crit, actually. So, I'm sorry, Holly. That's 15 damage. What's your HP? Total HP?
13, but I'm halving it.
Oh, nice.
No, what's your total?
Your total
Oh, wait, that wouldn't matter because half that damage is going to Zach anyway, so you're actually not going to get a grievous wound. Well, you guys are avoiding all the grievous wounds today. That's like the third one in a row. Yes, it is now your turn, Ray. Sorry, that was my
So
bad.
after seeing that one attack, Wolfsbane, I'll go in and for the attack myself and do a chipping attack. So I'm going to go try to slash these, grab one leg and slash the other, just try to take him down.
Unfortunately, that misses. With a trip attack, do you add that to hit or to the damage? Because that might actually change it. Okay. So yeah, unfortunately that misses.
And then I just stay there.
I'm helping. Nettle, it's you.
I will cast Cure Wounds on Scruff.
Hey.
Thank God.
What is my spellcasting ability modifier?
It's your wisdom.
So +3.
Yeah.
So Jordan gets 6 HP back.
Actually, I think it might be +5 because I think it's your proficiency as well. If you go onto your spell page,
Yeah, the attack bonus is 5.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, so that would be
Okay, so Jordan gets 8 hit points back then.
Yeah.
Even better.
And then I will just move out to here and taunt this guy, shouting at him in Orcish to see if he can hit me from here.
God, he's gonna fucking crit you next turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna get one shot now.
Scruff, it's you.
I'm prone, so I'm just going to get up and then just cast Eldritch Blast on that one just there.
Nice, go for it. Yes.
Didn't mean to do it with advantage. Did the 14 hit, sorry?
Yes, it did.
Sound.
How do you want to do this?
Just kind of get up and then put the last of my power into shooting this dark purple bolt that just seems to consume him.
Fuck. Holly, it's you.
I'm gonna move my spiritual weapon because I haven't got control of it. I'll move it here, and then hit that.
That's a miss, unfortunately. And this guy is gonna attempt to fucking take you out. Oh wait, are you unconscious?
No.
No.
No, because I halved it, didn't I?
Oh, of course,
6.
yeah. I keep forgetting that's a fucking mechanic I introduced.
I think you got your action as well.
Yeah, he's gonna try and take. Wait, okay, go for it.
And then I will hit him with my mace.
That misses, unfortunately, and he's gonna try and take you down with him as a last sort of thing. Hits. And he deals a solid 12 points of damage to you as his great axe embeds itself in your side. You feel the wind being crushed out of your body.
Yep, I'm down.
It is now this javelin guy's turn, and Zach, you've 35 foot away, so he's actually going to jump off the ledge, so he doesn't have disadvantage. He's going to take 2 damage from the fall, and actually, you know what? He's not even going to fucking do that. He's going to pull out his fucking war axe and he's going to run at you. And he's going to try and attack you with that. And it's a
Gonna
nat
die
one.
now.
It's a nat one. And
Nice.
it's now Uncle's turn.
I'm just going to run in and just try to kill that one that attacked Wolfsbane.
Yep.
17. And slash.
Yeah, he's fucking dead.
Sorry. You were breaking up there?
You killed him.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. So yeah, just take him out.
Yeah.
Slash in.
Yeah. Cool. It's now you. Is that your turn? Sorry.
Yeah, I'll say bye Wolfsbane and try to heal her next round.
Okay.
Bibles.
Yeah. It's now your turn, Zach.
Yeah, I'm going to use with Zephyr Strike's movement. I can move over to here, back out of his range, completely unaffected. I'll continue to taunt him in Orcish, and then I'll fire my longbow at him. Oh.
And he kind of taunts you back in Orcish.
Yeah.
It's now you, Scruff.
Scruff's just going to decapitate him now.
Yeah, I was going to say, this guy's an asshole. Fuck him. Yeah, I'm just going to move up to him there.
Yep.
Reach and attack with my glaive.
That hits. Yeah, he's that would have one-shot him at full HP. So, how do you want to do this? Literally
just fucking cut him in half.
Well done, guys. That was a fucking close one.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit sketchy towards the end.
Yeah, I
We
think
did very well at the start, actually. We were kind of giving out damage, but yeah, it's just that your man hit so hard. Just like one hit.
Literally, as soon as it was like, I'm going to run into the boss's tent and take him on, and then inside was like, taking up the entire in a tent was an Etin. And everyone's like,
I really wasn't expecting there to be an Etin.
I thought there'd be more distance between me and the guy as well. Like I went a bit too big to that.
That was good though. So what's everyone doing now that the encampment has been taken out?
So we know that orcs left.
Is
I
someone
think Wolfsbane is still kind of dying, yeah, so I was going to say, Nettles, can you heal?
I've got no spell slots left, so I can't heal her.
So I take out one of my health potions.
Yep. Well, you can stabilize her if you don't want to use a health pot. But that, obviously that is a roll.
I'll try that first, though.
Cool.
It's medicine, is it?
Yep. No, she's not. You're not really sure what you're doing here. You're kind of concussed. You've been unconscious. You're struggling to breathe, and you're not really administering first aid like you know you're capable of.
Yeah, so I give a health potion, so I'll knock that off my inventory.
Well, I will say, you do realise though, even though you've missed the opportunity to stabilise her, as she's now done her free saving throws, she's naturally stabilised due to her constitution.
Oh, nice.
So, Holly, you will be unconscious for 3 hours, but 2 hours, but you are stable.
Awesome.
Can we get her up early in any way?
Yeah, you can pour a health potion down a gullet or cast Cure Wounds.
I suggest we grab the heads and get out of here before more orcs come back.
Yeah, I think I'll just use the health potion, because I think we're not going to just hang around the camp for 3 hours, so...
Cool.
Couldn't one of you just... Oh, I'm not allowed to speak, am
I?
So give her health potions. We haven't got anything to...
Yeah, because I have another one anyway, so... Can I roll?
Yeah, we got 3 between us.
D6? Sorry, Jack, is it D6? Sorry.
No, it's 2d4 plus 4, I want to say, or plus 2. So yeah, that you get 6 HP back, Holly, as you come back to consciousness.
Perfect.
Why didn't you do this? Why did you?
I'm going to quickly have a look inside here for any loot, because that's where they were kept taking chests to the Etin.
Yeah, and you see like in the corner of the room just a large group of chests. Not a large group of chests. A very well stocked chest that's open.
Can I see what we can take? Because we don't have that much carrying room right now, much carrying capacity.
Yeah, so you look in there, and you find 1,000 copper pieces, 11,000 silver pieces.
11,000?
11,000 silver pieces.
That would be here.
Okay. Do you want me to...
Can you link this? So 11,000. Yeah, and then how many copper? Gold, sorry?
No gold, but 140 platinum.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You find a black velvet mask stitched with silver thread. That's worth 25 gold pieces.
Yep.
2 carved bone statuettes. You can see that they are both carved in the elvish fashion. So one of them represents a Veta, the other one a Luvania.
How do you spell those 2 names? Sorry.
So it's... And let me copy and paste the other one because I don't know how to key that in.
And can I have a look around at the other tents as well? See if I see anything.
And that's a Veta. Yeah, let me just finish reading this off first. You find a cloth of gold vestments, which is worth...
Cloth of gold vestments.
Yeah. All of these are worth 25 gold pieces each, just to clarify as well.
Okay.
A pair of engraved bone dice. And
engraved bone dice.
Yes, and a silver ewer.
And that's all still 25G?
Yes.
Silver what, sorry? Sorry.
Ewer.
Ewer.
Yeah, so E-W-E-R.
Okay. Yep.
And that's like a jug, just to clarify. And the last thing that does catch your eye, right at the bottom of this pile of loot, is a potion. And it looks similar to a health potion, but different. And when you pick up the flask, you see the red liquid glimmers when it becomes agitated and begins to swirl.
Do we know anything about it? Do any of us know?
Can I walk it up and have a look at
I'll
it?
hold it up and see. Does anyone know what this is?
Yeah, roll an Arcana for me.
Everyone as well? Correct.
I won't roll because I don't have very good Arcana, so I won't know.
Cool. You rolling, Collie?
I'll try.
Yeah, like none of you are really aware what it is. It is a potion of healing of some kind, but you're not sure exactly what sort of tier it sort of sits on. And that's everything you find in there. You look in the other tent, Ray, and if you could give me an investigation, please. Yeah, not a lot. Not a lot of this one. More day-to-day stuff for the orcs, which is just like, meats, dried meats. Some lesser quality bone dice. Not a lot of stuff that you would consider valuable trash, if I'm being completely honest.
Is there anything in this one, this larger one?
That was all the tents.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like
cool.
all the gold seemed to be kept in. Like all the valuables seem to be kept in that tent with the boss.
Yeah.
Starts taking out his sword and just starts taking off heads.
Hacking heads.
Yeah.
Cool. Can you add
Should
8?
we get the heads and get out of here, guys?
If you
Before the rest of them turn up.
Yeah, this is taking the case of over like 40 minutes, by the way, to do all these actions. These aren't like boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but you take 8 orc heads, 2 etin heads,
I'll note this down.
and obviously the orc heads are worth 50 each. The etin heads are worth 100 each.
We take a few heads each because they're pretty heavy.
Yeah. It's like your entire body weight in fucking heads.
Yeah. Wolfbane, would you hold these, please?
He's like literally like the heads are like this for Uncle. He's like,
Yeah.
And then as my last action, before we leave, I'm going to walk around with a torch and burn every single tent and the watchtowers.
yeah. And at this point, this tent here is like completely fucking ablaze. And I did that thing again. This tent here is completely fucking ablaze.
Yeah.
And when you look in there, you can actually see there were more orcs in there that burnt in their sleep. That can get out of their fucking sleeping units in time.
That random tent paid off.
Yeah.
How many, out of curiosity, did I prevent us having to fight?
It's hard to say because it's mostly ash and little bits of ligaments at this point.
I think nettles set in the place of fire.
Yeah, I regret not burning this one. I was about to do it, and then I thought, let's take advantage of attacking because they're just storing stuff. I talked myself out of it last second. I think that would have helped so much.
Well, you could also burn loot as well, though. So loot is kind
that's
of
true.
fun, so.
Yeah, that was the reason why. I was like, but all the loot's in there, so I really don't want to set this one on fire. And I was like, I just didn't expect a fucking etin. I thought it's going to be 2 more orcs, maybe.
I mean, you're right. You would have lost like 50 gold pieces worth of loot, but I mean, 2 characters nearly died from the thing that came out of that tent.
Yeah, that's right. It all worked out in the end.
Yeah. And then everyone scarpers.
Do we manage to make it out without meeting any of the other orcs?
Make a perception check for me. And after you've set all the tents ablaze, it's like a good hour has passed at this point. But you can see at the base of the mountain orcs coming up the one side, the more northern eastern side. But you guys are going to like the southwest side, so you do go away from it, and you do manage to escape unscathed.
Yeah.
And is everyone now? Now you guys are like travel across more of the steppe back towards Sandyport. What's everyone doing?
Keeping an eye out in case we're being tracked by orcs.
I think we're all business at the moment.
Yeah, we're pretty beat up, so we're not relaxed.
Maybe short rest.
Looking for somewhere to camp up.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I try and obscure our tracks to make it harder for the orcs to track us?
Yeah, make a survival for me.
Do I get advantage on it because it's to do with orcs?
Yeah, I'll allow it. I know fucking orcs.
Pretty bullshit claim there, but yeah. We'll abuse it where we can.
I mean, you got 23 anyway. And yeah, easily enough, you're covering your tracks quite successfully. You're kind of skirting around it, and with your elven sort of agility, you kind of do that thing Legolas did when going across the Misty Mountains, where you're like standing on top of the snow, like you're not really leaving a track. And yeah, eventually, after a good hour of running, which is difficult for some of you, considering half of you got hit with a morning star the size of your body.
Pretty much everyone's bleeding out, and I'm just pretty chill.
Yeah, for you literally sat in a tree and was like, dead.
Yeah.
Dead.
Literally, I think every single point of damage I took was from the Ring of Shared Suffering, helping Holly.
Yeah. This is a really good ring to have, but I regret wearing it.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's fine. It's coming clutch for me as well.
A good couple of hours go by, or an hour and a half, I said, of running before you finally get to a point where you feel like you could settle down for the night in a small little. You're still in the steppe, but you find a rock to cower under, and you probably think it's best to not light a campfire tonight, but you would be safe if you don't.
Yeah, I think we'll just keep it dark and.
Yeah. We want to take just a short rest and keep moving.
Yeah, I say.
We don't know how many orcs are left. We don't want to spend too long in these parts.
Yeah, just short.
If we've destroyed their camp, they'll hopefully move on in a couple of days when there's nothing left for them. But
sounds good, Lieutenant.
With most of them dead, they should clear off these parts, but they might still be looking for us.
Yeah.
Cool.
So just roll 1 hit dice to heal.
As many hit dice as you want to expend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you choose how many you want to use on a short rest.
You just don't get any back.
You I know everyone's already rolled, but you need to clarify how many you're going to roll beforehand, because otherwise you're going to.
Oh yeah, pretty metagamer, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sorry, I was only planning to roll one anyway because I was pretty healthy.
Cool.
I was going to roll 2, but the first one was a 1, so I was going to re-roll. Can I re-roll hit dice?
Does it say? Put your ability in there. I think not with
ones, isn't it?
Not with this, because I think it's ability scores and saving throws, isn't it? Which isn't any of this.
Yeah.
So yeah, unfortunately not.
16 healing at least, then, right?
Okay, 3 plus 16. Sorry, 19.
Who's keeping watch?
I can take watch.
Make a perception for me, please.
Just me, or does anyone else want to take watch with me?
It's just a short rest, is it?
Yeah, it's only here 4 hours, so.
It's just a short rest, just 1 hour though, and then long rest is 8 hours.
Oh, I thought I thought a short rest was 4 hours and long rest was 8 for some reason.
Long rest is 8, but short rest is about an hour.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well,
I can help as well because short rest doesn't do anything else for me. I can't get any.
Oh, you don't sleep either, do you?
No, so I can join you.
Well, that wasn't good.
That wasn't much better.
Elven accuracy. But yeah, you do see activity in the far distance, but it's too dark at this point really to make out much. It's more you can just hear sounds from that direction, but nothing comes close to your sort of living space.
Should we get moving, guys?
Yeah.
Try and put some distance between us and those probably angry orcs.
Cool. How long are you guys traveling for?
how long can we realistically do it without it having genuine negative impacts on the party?
You guys have probably travelled about 6 hours today, I would say. Like, you did the morning going over here, then, like, you know, the little hour and a half to 2 hours on the way back, so another 2 hours without accruing exhaustion.
Maybe obviously your call, Uncle, but I'd recommend like another hour of travel, and then that leaves us an hour to find a genuinely good spot to rest, to have a long rest where it's safe,
Sounds good.
very out of the way, and gives me time to obscure facts as well.
You're the boss.
Yeah,
Cool. So yeah, if you want to give me a perception check after you've spent this hour again running through the step back more now towards the plains, and you find like a small like a tree in the middle of these the plain that's quite large and gnarled, nothing else of this sort of nature for miles around. And you're like, what's a good idea? I've been climbing a lot of trees today. Like, let's sleep up in the tree. So yeah, everyone just using the rope. Oh, take that rope out of your inventory, by the way, Ray, because that would be start the camp.
Oh yeah, but I said just a bit of a 50-foot rope, so I just would use. Actually, 50 foot isn't that much, actually.
No, I mean it's like a spool of rope.
Oh yeah.
Do I lose my rope as well from swinging over?
Yes, you would. But someone, I'm sure, has rope, which you can use to...
I can use my rope to set it up.
Yeah, so you guys just easily, get into the tree without much effort. And everyone kind of quiets down for the night to rest off their wounds. And with that, we'll level up to level 4.
Yeah, that's fine. Sweet.
Hit dice.
Yeah, come on, Zach.
The
Streak's
dream's over.
over.
There's long rest as well now that this one, isn't it?
Yes.
5.
Oh, that's not a great level for fucking hit dice for you guys. Do you want to roll yours,
No.
Holly? Because I want to see you get a max guaranteed. That's not bad. That's not bad.
5, 6,
Yeah.
7 though, haven't he? Oh, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
I should have gone last, damn it.
Yeah. Nice. Oh man.
Pretty successful night then, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are all
Hi.
looking at feats now, I can imagine.
Yeah.
That's probably
I
the
have
most
no
amount of
idea.
questions I've gotten for everyone in like the last couple of weeks is like, what about this feat? Zach, that one you sent me earlier, by the way, are you seriously considering taking that?
I don't know why. Do you not think it's a very good one?
No, it's not. It's one of the, it's just terrible.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
When was it?
Well, it's not terrible, but it's just like there's better options. Like
Yeah, I
Elven
suppose.
Accuracy, Sharpshooter would be better for you, I think.
Yeah, I was looking at that one because it gets me dex early on.
Yeah.
And doesn't Elven Accuracy give him 2 advantages, so he rolls 3 dice to hit?
I
Or something
believe
like that, isn't it?
something like
Yeah.
that. Elven Accuracy
like,
is
re-roll
fucking
one or
insane. So yeah,
Yeah,
increase
we'll
your
look
dex. Increase your dex by 1. Whenever you have advantage on attack roll, you can re-roll one of those dice.
Is 5e really slow for anyone else at the minute? It's just
Yeah, mine was struggling to load the other day
Oh,
a few times.
Are you using 5e tools? I forgot I recommended that to you. It's
Yeah.
actually been pulled. So there is a mirror that the owners have put up whilst they're fixing the other one. So I'll send that to you guys.
Oh, is it currently broken?
Yeah, they've been fucking.
Right.
Yeah, like I think Wizards of the Coast went on a bit of a cull and have been taking down a load of websites that I was been using for years, like Kobold Fight Club, and 5e Tools has now been hit. So I've been luckily they do have a mirror, so I'll put that in the chat.
That's sad.
Yeah, it makes sense though, because there's like what, probably a good £200 worth of content. Well, actually no, the entire library I think worth of content on this website effectively, because it's got campaigns on there as well, which I didn't realise until after I'd been using it for like a year or plus. Yef.
Barking training's going really well. Hey, shush.
Oh, I didn't see this one before because I was looking only at ranger ones, not racial ones.
Yeah, as I say, Elven Accuracy is like some people just take half elf or elf just to get that perk. It's that good.
That's what I'm going for.
I'm going for mobile, so now I'm going to be like speedy and going to have 35 movement speed. and it's gonna be like Zephyr Strike as well. So if I attack someone, I can run away from them without opportunity attacks.
Yeah.
I can like slash and run.
Slowly, this campaign is just going to become like a dick measuring contest between you and Nettle as you slowly become like very similar characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll
I'm
take
good
Elven
at it,
Accuracy.
Yeah. It just means you're super specialized then. Archer, basically.
Yeah, I
How long
mean,
were you gonna take?
he already was, to be fair. So I mean,
Yeah, I'd already gone into like fighting style archery.
and as I said, like when you guys were making your characters, like the most powerful D&D characters are the ones that are built just to do one thing very well, because like they just become insane. I think it's there's a fighter build that you can be as an elf that you can make something like over 1,000 attacks a turn.
I've seen that actually.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Anything else happens at level 4? Just hit dice and...
No, it's just hit dice and ability score one, but it's like quite a huge one because of those feats and those ability score increases. It seems quite boring because it's not an ability based one, but it's like huge. I always love an ASI increase.
Yeah.
19 decks now.
Yeah, that's dope. Oh, are you gonna get a when you get your next ASI? Are you gonna just get another dex increasing one?
Yeah, I'll probably look for another feat that has a good
Plus
benefit
one.
and +1 dex. Seems to make the most sense, and
Yeah, that does make sense actually, because I was just
I'll
looking
have
at
to
your
look into
stats, and all of them are even. So that means if you, well, besides your strength one, I guess that would.
yeah.
Work. But yeah, it's not.
But I think feat's more beneficial. I mean, I'm considering how far with Zephyr Strike, I never really need to be in melee for strength stuff.
Yeah,
I
and
just
I mean,
generally can avoid strength saves.
it doesn't feel great when you're plussing your -2 to a -1
sorry,
as a part of your
Yeah,
upgrade.
exactly. Get back.
Find with the hit dice though, that was a low roll. Of
Yeah.
the D10 plus 3. I've rolled a 2 actually, that sucks, that's the worst
Yeah.
I could have.
That's literally the worst you could have rolled. To be fair,
Yeah.
hey, at least that's twice as good as one.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what you should get as well when you get an ASI, right? You should get the actual lucky feat to double up on your luck.
I was thinking that, or bountiful luck, where I could give like other
Yeah,
people luck.
yeah.
Yeah, very
You should
cool.
get them all with your ASIs, just so you turn from a hobbit into a leprechaun and straight
Yeah,
up.
pretty much, Actually, that was actually my first
idea.
first time build, just all luck, all full luck build. It feels a bit cheaty though. It feels like a bit,
Yeah, that's definitely one of the more exploitable mechanics in the game. So really stacking up on that makes you pretty much never failing anything due to one
which
form
isn't
of luck.
fun.
Yeah,
so-
yeah. I can imagine it'd be satisfying though, just to never know you can do anything that you wanted to do.
yeah.
What are you going for, John? Sorry, you're.
Guiding.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah. Do you get any more spells, Zach, at level 4?
No, I get. No, I have martial versatility, which allows me to basically respec, I think.
Oh, is that one of the TOC ones?
Just kind of bugged it out a bit. Hang on. Yeah, I just clicked something and it's give me a sec. It said
Yeah, I think it's changed
something
your
that changes the
fighting style.
focus, so I can change
Yeah.
if I want to. I can change my stuff, but I don't see how that's of any benefit really.
Yeah, I think
It's not
it's just
like I can have a second speciality.
No, I think it is for those people who just want to try a different playstyle.
Yeah, whenever you reach level in this class, grants ability score improvement, you can replace a fighting style you know with another fighting style available to rangers. This replacement represents a shift of focus in your martial practice. Yes, that's no good to me. So, with 5e tools going down, is there anything similar to it, or is that like we just have to buy the books, keeping track of everything?
Well, I mean, the mirror is up there, and they are actively working on getting the main website back up because there is quite a big community around it. So I would be like, unlike the other tools that I've been using, where it's been like a couple of people who like run it. 5e Tools has quite a big following. It's seen as like one of the best resources for obvious reasons on the internet, so I'd be surprised if this goes away anytime soon. Plus, I think you can actually download it, so you can have access to it at all times.
That's cool.
Yeah, I like that. But is it not like being taken down for copyright stuff?
Probably. I haven't really looked into it, but I would assume so. Because,
Yeah.
as I say, like I didn't realise this when I first started using this, but it literally has every single written campaign on here, along with all the the shit from the books.
Yeah.
Sorry, all done now. Such a little noob. Do you know what?
You make Jordan feel bad about his accent. He makes you feel bad about specking your class.
Yeah, it's like peasant can't play.
What you went for then, Holly? You went for Elven Accuracy, and was that it? Or did you get spells?
You can change your cantrips, can't you?
Oh yeah, I'm changing my cantrip.
Well, what are the...
Yeah, just one of them. Funnily enough, the one that I was talking about today, I've not had a use for it whatsoever so far.
Yeah.
So.
What are you going for? Prestidigitation. I just threw that out there because I love this one.
Which one? No, guidance.
That's
Guidance
very
is great.
good. When I played a cleric, I played a peace cleric with guidance, and my turn would be I'd use my ability to give everyone extra D4. Then I'd use guidance as well to give everyone an extra D4. So every character on my team had 2D4 extra to all their rolls. So
Wow.
yeah, which is like huge if you're
That's on my aim now. I'm trying to move more support and less into.
burning
She
things.
can do a lot of damage, but I just seem to
Sick.
keep getting almost taken down, which was never my intent of the character. So.
Level
Getting
5, I get +1 to my proficiency bonuses as well. Pretty cool.
Level
Is that
5's
like a universal thing?
Yes, it
Or is
is.
it different for each class?
No, it's universal, but it's also a good one because a lot of people get their second attacks at level 5 as well, which is like, you're doubling your damage output there. And then
I also get extra attack. I get extra attack and more spell slots.
Yeah, and if Ray and Horns, when they use their, their action surge, they get 4 attacks a turn now.
Wait, what? Say that again?
So when you use your action surge, when you get to level 5, you get an extra attack, and when you get action surge on level 5, it gives you both those attacks back, so you get 4 attacks a turn now. So that's like you're literally just coming up, just.
Yeah, that's next level though.
Yeah.
Can't wait for that one.
Man. But yeah, is that everyone done then? What did you go for, John? Something
I've gone
sweaty.
Great Weapon Master.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
literally what Jordan said.
That and actor because I want my extra charisma, but I was like, fuck it.
Jordan has literally Googled what the best D&D class is and went on that because I've done that myself before, so I knew exactly what fucking thing he was playing. As soon as he was
there
like
was a slight alteration I could have gone for, and I got the shield, and I was like, I can't be doing that.
As soon as you said you were using a glaive, I was like, I already know where Jordan's going for this fucking class. And fair play to you, it's fun as fuck.
Yeah, it just seems. I didn't need to post that. Yeah, no. Just seems sweaty.
It is really fun though when you're actually killing everything. So.
Yeah.
That's when you don't get beat the shit out of.
Yeah.
Oh, you need to remember as well, Zach. I think when your thing does increase next turn, Bertrand gets increased as well.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this now because I think his HP goes up as well on a level. I'm pretty sure it has something to do with the level I have.
Yeah.
5 plus 5 times your ranger level.
So yeah, he'd be 20 now.
Oh, it's already worked out for me.
Oh.
Oh no, he already had 20.
Yeah, I must have just put that in by accident then. Oh well.
Oh no, it'd be 25 HP now because it's 5 plus 5 times your ranger level.
Oh, it's 5 times your range level.
Yes. So I think it was right because it's 15 plus 5, so his hit points was right, but now it's gone up to 25. He basically gets 5 extra hit points every time I level up.
Wait, it's 5 times your range level. That's 5 times 4. So that's 20.
5 plus 5 times your range level.
Right, I see. I'm with you. And that hit die would go to 4d8 now. Because he gets a hit die every time you level up like you do.
And he doesn't need them because he just dies and then comes back to life full HP anyway. So next combat.
He's there to die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's much more convenient having him be this than like a tamed pet that I have to keep going find a new one every time he dies. I just bring him back. And he is completely unfazed by dying.
Yeah, he loves it actually. Like that's what he does. He runs into combat, he mauls one guy, like takes him out instantly, and then he's just surrounded by every fucking enemy until he's swarmed and dies.
Yep.
You know what you should start doing? You should start brewing explosions once you know how to use an alchemist kit. Like bombs and shit, strapping it up
Just
to
strap
him.
him to back. Suicide bomb, but just have him run in, die, blow up.
Yeah. I swear every session where you guys level up is the session that Dylan and Ash aren't here.
Yeah.
If they miss every week, does that mean we get 11 up?
Yeah.
You know what? I used
You
to...
only level up at the sessions, even though he's here most time. Dylan's still level 1.
Yeah, like we used to have we used to play XP in my old group, and this is one of the reasons I went for this, because there was a huge like level disparity between me and other players. Like, because I was there for every session, my guy was level like 14 at the end of the 17 at the end of the campaign, and there were other people who's like level 12, which is a huge fucking power difference. Like I could one-shot him like easily.
Would you not just apply the XP to everyone universally? I suppose it's the same kind of vibe then, isn't it?
Well, that's the thing, because it's if you're playing XP, it's instead of every time a combat encounter ends, you divide the XP amongst the combatants from the monsters that you just fought.
Okay.
So it's like slightly different, and obviously that gets a little bit complicated if you keep.
Unnecessary as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend. Well, I think people should experience running a game with XP, but I just personally, having done so many campaigns that have been XP based, just find milestones way better because it's a lot more better paced. And then it stops like metagamey decisions. Like sometimes you just fight creatures to get XP instead of like your characters would like go around it, for example, because they don't want to fight that thing or whatever. It becomes
a JRPG grind of we just sitting in a forest looking for things to kill.
It becomes an incentive just to kind of fuck with the game world a little bit, because you start thinking about it in like that JRPG sense. And like I remember one time we found a wizard in a village, and people were like, "Yo, I think he was asking for like really strong adventurers to come help him." So we went and broke into his house to ask for a quest. And then he was like, "What the fuck? Get out of my fucking house. Like, you don't just break in here." And we killed like all his security gargoyles. And he was really pissed off with us. But it was like, no, we came for the quest and we wanted the XP from the gargoyle, so.
Amazing.
But yeah. And...
Is everyone leveled up?
Yeah, is everyone leveled up? Cool.
Yeah, probably.
And you guys will, spend the next day kind of having a little bit of a mosey back towards Sandyport. Your bags and belts a lot heavier with the head of those orcs and the two giant, like almost chest-sized heads of the Etin.
Forget the 1,200 gold and 120 platinum we found. Chilling.
Yeah.
We're very wealthy now.
Yeah, we're doing good.
Absolutely chilling.
Yeah. You guys had a very successful crowdfunding session. And as you guys come back to town, I assume you're going straight towards the town hall?
I think we should go show off our Etin heads to the crew, to be honest, to impress them, get them all more motivated to train and be in the company.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea.
You go on the fucking
Walk
pub
in with
crawl.
two massive Etin heads.
The pub crawl with the fucking heads.
Yeah.
Okay, make a as you go through the town, make a charisma check with advantage, as you're showing off these giant heads that have been plaguing merchants for the last decade.
Who do you want to roll? Anyone?
Whoever, I would say probably Ray and
Uncle or Scruff would be the best.
Yeah, Ray and Uncle and Scruff. Yeah.
Charisma.
Well, sorry, persuasion.
Switch.
Is he
Brilliant.
sorry with advantage or not without advantage?
Well, because you're both rolling once, that's effectively the same.
They're not
Well,
very
you're,
impressed, but
yeah.
You just get weird looks.
Yeah. Yeah, like people are definitely impressed. Like, but it's a little bit like you guys are sort of a little bit out of touch from like a farmer in terms of what would impress people. Like, because you're monster hunters, you're like, look at this fucking head, and everyone else is like, that's a fucking head. Like, get that out of my
Everyone's
pub.
just disgusted.
Yeah. So you
Fine,
kind of
we're only trying to impress the company, our people.
yeah, exactly the people who matter most, and yeah, the company members will go fucking wild. You know, when they see one of them faints out of pure fucking, you know, admiration. But yeah, eventually you conclude this little tour of the city with the heads of a orc camp, you sick fucks, back at the Baron's house, or the town hall rather, ready to turn in. And when you go in, you can see Darius there from the day before. It's like, come with me. And he shows you through this foyer room, which is a large open room with white walls, with these two staircases that kind of glide up the side of the expanse, kind of mirroring around into a balcony that oversees this foyer section. This town hall almost being like a small manor house with a tower at the top. And leads you through these double doors that go in between these staircases that kind of twist towards each other into this large dining room. And he offers you all a seat, and he's like, help yourself to refreshments, and I'll get the Baron. I'm sure he'll be very pleased to see you've been very successful in your mission.
Nice. Thank you.
And a good 10-15 minutes go by while you guys are just left to like drink his whiskey, his home stock, before the Baron comes in. And when he does, you see this elvish man with slightly blue tinged skin, very long hair that always seems a little bit wet. You would know him, Wolfsbane and Nettle, as a sea elf. They're not incredibly common, but they would be obviously elves that have lived at the sea and adapted to that sort of life. And as he sits down, he's like, the company of the Bronze Line. Well.
Is there like a very, formal and respectful elvish greeting I can use just to be friendly?
Yeah, you could probably just speak in Elvish. I'm not sure if there's any particular greeting phrase. I should probably... Well, actually, you come up with one, Zach. What would be a good greeting phrase in Elvish? And you, Holly.
Oi.
I want to hear you.
Just, oi, oi, mate.
Yeah.
No, it'll
Oi,
be like...
Savaloy.
be like well met in some... And then I'm trying to think of like something...
No.
Maybe something specifically to do with sea elf culture in some way to be kind of, respectful and friendly. Brownie points.
What do they say in The Witcher? Is it like Anshay or something?
Yeah, something like that, actually.
I was going to say, what did the night elves always say? They're like, I can't say it.
Like Alabash Alamore or something.
Yeah.
Like that. No.
Alabash.
Or like Mayaloon, bless you. And
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
Be praised.
Are they going to give us weird looks and we start throwing out gods that no one's ever heard of?
Yeah, and he's just like, I'm not a fucking nerd.
Yeah.
I haven't really bullied you for your lunch money. But yeah, he sits down and he's like, I expect that you would be wanting the payment for these heads. I think that's a total of 600 gold pieces.
Check my notes. 200 plus 400. That is 600. Yeah, that's correct.
Netto is like,
Yeah.
yep, that sounds about right. And he slides across the counter 60 platinum pieces.
Yeah, perfect. So, like Uncle takes us, thanks very much, and it's what we do.
Yeah.
Easy work. So, if you have
what would you like us to do with the head? Sorry to interrupt. Do you want them?
No,
or-
you do as you wish. Actually, you know what? It would be good for. You know what would be a good idea? I think I'll trout them around the village to impress the locals to see what a good baron I am. And he's
Yeah.
like, Darius, could you collect these heads? And Darius does so.
Hand in the Etten heads and say, Thack and Quake at your service.
Yeah. As Darius collects the heads and removes them from the room, just like in a large sack that's got a bunch of congealed blood at the bottom dripping onto this nice marble floor.
He holds like
Yeah.
arm's length disgusted.
Yeah. He kind of, you can see Baron Thatch look over you both, over everyone in the room. Is like, I suppose you was looking for the meeting details for this next job.
Yeah, that's yeah.
I'm willing to pay you 2,000 gold pieces, and I want you to escort my daughter. You see, she has a, she's due to be wed in a few months, but she's become something of a political target by my adversaries who have threatened her. I'm not really keen to keep her in the way or put her in the way of danger, so I think I need a very well put together escort to take her over to Ravenscar, where she's going to marry the king's son.
Yeah, we're planning to head towards that way, towards the capital. So we just have to keep a low profile, I'm assuming. And
Yes, preferably.
Do you want any of your men with us?
The reason I'm hiring you is because if I bring my men with you, it will cause alarm. You see, as much as I do trust my men, when you're in this sort of business, loose lips are often the case, even with the most well-trusted individuals. That's why I'm looking for an external force to help with this.
Yep. Easily enough done, boss. That's no problem.
Do you have any... Sorry, go ahead, Anne. Go ahead.
Is this a willing marriage on your daughter's part?
I mean, of course. I'm not some sort of monster.
Okay.
He kind of, he kind of looks at you quizzically, and it's like, "Why do you ask?"
I just want to take someone against their will. That's all.
We just don't want to be worried about someone running away in the night.
Yeah.
Checked.
Well, as you'll see, she, when the offer did come through, my daughter does realise this is her duty, and is more than happy to service this for her people.
Do you have any specifics on who would be targeting her, other than just political opponents? Is there anyone in particular you're expecting to want to prevent this marriage from going ahead? We should be aware of.
So, unfortunately, well, I say unfortunately, Sandyport has been quite devoid of criminal activity, unlike some of the other settlements in this kingdom. And that has kind of put a target on my back. And as such, I believe the 4 criminal organizations that operate in this country would all be attempting at least something or another. I think the ones that I'm most afraid of are the Raven's Eye and the Crow's Tongue, if I'm being completely honest.
We've heard of them before. All right.
Yeah. What do you know about them? Can you give us any details, specifics that you know from being a local of this region? Well, not a local, but someone who resides here for an extended period.
I believe they call that a local. He kind of thinks and he says, well, yes, I'll answer any question I can. What would you like to know?
So the Raven's Eye, we know they're quite, let's say, not traditional as a criminal organization.
Yes, I think they're a bit more of a cult, one could maybe say, than a criminal organization. A bit more concerned with the mystic arts and the weave itself. They tend to really operate out of here in Dracolet. Occasionally, I think there's been reports of them being even as far north as Chassenvane. You see, the blood of someone who comes from a more prestigious birthplace is often very valuable in those circles. And based on the information I've given you, this is sort of a two birds, one stone situation for them. Of course, if they could get my daughter.
I see. Yeah.
Crow's tongue, I know they're relatively new, but they've come in very aggressive. They've completely taken over the majority of work in both Rovnar and here. Some say even attempting to go as far as to establish a stronghold in the the kingdom of Dietrich, which is effectively be unheard of considering how militant the policing force is over there.
So the Crow's Tongue sound like they got a lot of people to the group. They have a large.
If I'm being honest, I don't know. I think it's
Do you know
more...
any details about leadership of either of these gangs?
This is the thing with the cobalt trout and the scarlet sturgeon. They're very much, they kind of relish the attention they get, even the news that isn't so favourable on their names. But the thing with the Crow's Tongue is they kind of shy away from that. They do keep themselves in the shadows. It wasn't until very, very recently that we realised that they were called the Crow's Tongue. I don't even believe the organisation had a name for a period of time.
Interesting.
Can I ask a favour that would help us with the passage?
Of course.
Would you be able to write us up papers, just so we have official business?
Oh,
in the
of
land?
course. You'll have all the correct paperwork.
Okay.
And my daughter will also have a necklace that can confirm her as a member of my family lineage. So any sort of questions that are raised should be quickly quelled.
Can I make another request for this? Is it possible to get...
More money.
No, I was going to ask for like a cart, but we don't want it to be...
My daughter will not travel in a cart, but a more modest carriage, potentially.
Yeah, but you don't want it to be, too much that it draws attention.
Yes,
That's what I was going to say. So as some
the
kind of
exterior
balance
will
between...
look quite plain.
Yeah, the inside it doesn't matter to us, but as long as the outside looks like it's a crappy little cart for traders,
Absolutely.
would be optimal.
But yes, in terms of leadership, we know that there are elders in the Raven's Eye, but we've never really managed to garner a name, but they are run by a mystic council of sorts. There are 10 members who lead this organization. We don't know anything about the leaderships or the numbers of the Crow's Tongue, as I said. And the Cobalt Trout, I know, is run by a little bit of an eccentric individual who kind of relishes in his reputation. Yes, the Scarlet Sturgeon, on the other hand, although we do know they are run by a single individual, we do not know more information than that.
See, okay. So obviously we know that they're all criminals. I'm just wondering about the Raven's Eye. Are they criminals in a different sense to the other gangs, where they're not doing it strictly for profits? It's not about. Is it clear it's not about gold for them? I don't know if you know that much about.
As what I've heard, that is the case. We do not know what their objective is, in a sense, but they do commit atrocities to further whatever agenda it is they are pursuing.
And when would you like us to head out of town? We're planning just to take a couple of days just to rest, regroup, and get prepared.
Well, if you were to accept this job, you'd need to leave first thing in the morning.
It can be done. Yeah.
Well, what about the rest of the company here? We have obviously a relatively significant number of members now. That would draw attention.
We can speak about ourselves, Nettles, at private business.
Yeah.
I'd say.
Yeah, he's like. And yeah, I think we will leave today's session there.
Nice.
Yeah.
With a goal. That's